So, welcome to this biome compilation. This is a compilation of all of the biome videos that I have done, and we're going to start by kicking off how to do biomes in general. Then we will do the various different biomes from deserts and icy deserts right through to forests and islands and all of the different biome environments that you could have. And then we will close out with what to do with maps. So I hope you enjoy the compilation and see you on the far side of many hours of footage. Sometimes you want to build a world that's not Earth. You want to make an alien world with strange creatures and a landscape filled with drinkable dust. But where do you start? How do you build a realistic world that will draw your reader in and give them enough familiarity that the world makes sense to them, and yet leave them feeling as though they have traveled to the furthest reaches of space? Today, let's talk about building crazy, weird, and out there worlds. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. So first, just a disclaimer, I am predominantly a fantasy fan and a fantasy writer, so my approach to building crazy weird worlds is that of science fantasy, not science fiction, and definitely not hard science fiction. Probably nothing that I do will stand up to any kind of scientific scrutiny, so if that's what you're looking for, you're probably not going to find it in this video. I'm going to approach this out of something that makes sense if you look at it through the fantasy lens. Okay, with that out the way, let's get on with it. First, you should define your geology. And by this, I don't just mean the mountains and the kind of areas where you have liquid flow, whether that's water or something else, or the ocean equivalent. I mean, you need to define what your atmosphere is. So, for example, it wouldn't make sense to have a completely weird world where people bleed white if you have oxygen and iron in your world. So what you want to do is you want to change your atmosphere and then think about the effects that that will have on the rest of your world. So for example, if you had a hydrogen-based atmosphere, do you have a higher gravity because it needs to hold the hydrogen down? Or does the atmosphere cloud just expand massively around your world and sit around it like this huge aura? Based on that, you need to define what a resource-rich area in your world looks like. So an area with potentially lots of hydrogen, an area with ethanol, an area where whatever it is that life on your world needs is abundant, and where that would be. Would it be close to your world's equator? Would it be up at the poles? Would it be somewhere in the middle? What would a resource-poor area look like? Potentially, in such a world, it could even be something like water is resource-poor. So areas which would be wetlands would be the equivalent of deserts or something like that. So think about what would resource-rich look like for life on that world, and what would resource-poor look like for life on that world. And then, of course, things like mountains and canyons and all kinds of attributes like that. And if you want more details on that, there is a link down below to my video on landmarks and their creation in a fantasy world. Okay, so once you have kind of a rough idea of the geology, and remember you're going to be doing all of this kind of at once, so get a rough idea, move on, come back, etc. Once you have a rough idea of the geology, think about what your creatures should look like in your mind. So do you want to have creatures that have white flesh? Do you want their skin tone to be sky blue? Do you want them to bleed white? What do you want their skeletons to be made of? What internal energy do you want them to have? we have a kind of electrical energy, and life on our world probably evoked from electrical energy. But what if you turned that into thermal energy? What if these creatures were natural fire breathers? What if that was how life evoked here, with heat? So people are almost like an internal combustion engine on the inside. That kind of thought process will then bring to mind things like what you want the skeleton made out of, what you want blood made out of, and what your flesh colors are. Once you have a very rough idea of what you want these creatures to look like, it's time to talk about food chains. Now, not all environments reach a kind of equilibrium that allows the evolution of higher life forms. Many of the basic life forms, the kind of one-celled organisms, they die before they can become more than that. But if you are going to have higher intelligent life, you need to reach a kind of state of equilibrium, and that means that you need food chains. Food chains is the sequence of transfer of matter and energy from one organism to another. So energy is always wasted in this process. In our world, it's wasted as heat energy. But in your world, that waste could generate electrical energy or cold energy, or some kind of energy is generated from this process of eating organisms, which is the process of the transfer of energy. So give some thought to your waste product. But food chains are much more important than just your waste product. There are 3 types of food chains. The first is the predator food chain, and this is the one I guess we're all the most familiar with. You have producers that make food from your environment. So in our world, these are represented by plants who create food for the rest of the food chain through photosynthesis with sunlight and the intake of CO2. And they expel, as a waste product from this process, they expel O2, oxygen. Herbivores eat producers. So in our case, this would be represented by cows, sheep, manatees, all of these kinds of creatures that eat the primary producers and get their energy from that process. And then carnivores eat herbivores. So lions, humans, etc., those who eat the eaters of producers. So that is what defines a predatory chain. And on your world, you will need to have some of these chains. So you will need to have producers, herbivores, and carnivores in order to make those food chains work. But they're not the only food chain. You can also have a parasitic food chain, which is a parasite that feeds on your carnivore or your herbivore or your plants. Examples of parasite include ticks, the alum bark beetle, etc. Now, the big deal with parasitical food chains is that A, they don't cause death, and B, they also need the producers. You are going to need the producers no matter what. Now, parasites can also be fed on by smaller parasites, so you can have a multi-stage parasitical food chain where a parasite feeds on a herbivore and another parasite feeds on that parasite, etc. It's parasites all the way down. And then the last type of food chain is the saprophyte food chain. Now, these are organisms that live on dead organic matter. For example, mushrooms. So these guys decompose and eat decomposing matter. Of course, for there to be dead organic matter, you have to have your producers in the first place to produce organic matter. When you are creating your world, in broad strokes, you are going to need producers, parasites, something to break down the dead, herbivores, and carnivores. You have to have at least something in each of these categories, probably starting with what is your producer and what does it create the energy from? Because it doesn't have to be the sun. in a hydrogen world, it could absorb the hydrogen and eject, I don't know, water as a waste product, for example. So give some thought to what produces energy on your world, and then everything that eats it and feeds off it. And if you enjoyed talking about food chains and food webs, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about things to think about when creating these species. So the first thing that you should think about is which are your keystone species in which of those geological environments that we talked about. A keystone species is a species that is critical to the survival of others in its community. Not all species are equally important. Some help to ensure equilibrium. An example of this from the animal side of the equation is the starfish Pisaster ocraceus. In the marine intertidal communities off the northwest coast of America, these starfish feed off the mussels Mytilus californius. And during experiments where this starfish has been removed from those communities, these mussels completely take over the shores and they crowd out every other species until there is nothing but mussels. So these starfish are a keystone for the survival of every other species in this environment. From the plant side of the equation, the figs in tropical America are a pretty critical plant. They bear fruit year-round, and there are a plethora of animals in all seasons who are dependent on this food source. So these birds and these animals would die if the fig tree were removed from the environment. So when you're creating your environment that you're setting up, whether that is a tropical zone with rich resources or a desert type environment with very poor resources, think about what your keystone species is and why. Is it because they produce food, or is it because they hunt an otherwise dominant species that would take over the environment? Give that some thought and create that species to control that part of your environment. The other thing that you should think about when you're setting up your species is mutualism. So mutualism is where one species helps another, whether they appear to be antagonistic species or not. A great example of this is fish cleaning stations that I spoke about in my tools and underwater homes video, where you have fish that clean parasites off other fish despite the fact that they, look like they should be the prey of that kind of fish. Insects that pollinate plants are also a great example of this kind of mutualism. The insects get food and the plants get their seeds spread far and wide. Fun fact to remember with mutualism is often there will also be cheater mutualism that develops, which is, for example, the fake cleaner fish in the ocean, where it looks like a cleaner fish, it hangs out in a cleaning station, but when the fish rocks up to be cleaned and it opens its mouth, the fake cleaner fish goes inside its mouth and actually starts eating it like on the inside, eating away at its mouth and so on, and it kills the fish that's come to the cleaning station. So don't forget about fake mutualism. Often, these kinds of species that are engaged in mutualism co-evolve. For example, insects have grown better at distributing the pollen of the plants they are adapted to, and those plants have grown better at producing the pollen that works for those insects until it reaches the point where it looks as though these two species were made for each other. But really all that happened was through natural selection, the specimens that were the best geared for survival were the ones who survived and thrived. Another thing to think about is ecological succession. So during my forest making video, which you can check out in the link, I did speak about how a forest is formed from an open field. I spoke about the fact that you get pioneer species that go out, and when they establish themselves, they actually make the soil richer for other plants to come into that environment and for a forest to start building. And you need to think about that kind of ecological succession. Which species are pioneer species? Which species can make the ground richer, can go into a resource poor area and start making it more resource rich? And of course, the reverse. Which species, be it plant or animal, contributes to making an area poorer? Which species encourages your world's version of desertification? And lastly, of course, because this is a fantasy channel, even if we're discussing a more sciencey topic today, don't forget about magic in your world. How does magic interact with these creatures? Is magic part of the environment? Are there sources of magic that bubble up to the surface? Are some of your creatures innate magicians who can use portions of the power of magic to affect the world around them? Water is pretty key to our understanding of people everywhere. From the fertile banks of the Nile to the mystical rivers of Heru, river basins shape histories and fantasies alike. And that's what I want to talk about today. River basins, their people, and how you can use historical inspiration to build great fantasy worlds. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worldbuilding with your host, Marie Mullaney. Man, my hair is too long for this shit. How I always pick the worst weather for these outside shots, I don't know. Anyway, so let's first talk about what a river basin actually is. A river basin is the entire land area where rainfall and surface water drains into a single river system. Yeah? Think of it as like a giant bowl, like your wash basin, where every piece of water that lands on the rim eventually drains into the river itself. Now, to properly understand this, we do need to understand kind of the elements of a river. So let's just start with the source of a river. The source of the river is where it comes from, and it's typically found in the highlands, the mountains, glaciers, or other elevated parts. These areas receive precipitation in the form of rain or snow or glacial meltwater or anything else, and then gravity pulls the water downhill, forming trickles and streams. Water naturally flows from high to low points, as I said in my video about creating maps, which you can check out in the information cards. So mountains act like natural water towers that kind of collect the feeding waters and then lets it flow down into the valleys below. But within a river basin, you can actually have multiple rivers because you can also have tributary rivers. So tributaries form when smaller streams and brooks or creeks gather runoff from some of the valleys and hills and rainfall catchments, and they merge these into larger streams, which eventually feeds the main river. And this happens because the land's topography and rainfall distribution create a dendritic or tree branching network. So where there are multiple valleys, slopes, or uneven terrain, water finds multiple pathways converging towards the main river. The more kind of broken up your landscape is, the more likely it has that you have tributaries, and if there's larger valleys, some of those tributaries will gather into bigger rivers. Okay, so we have our source and we have tributaries, but When a river starts getting really big, it does what we call the meander, which is basically where it does this whole like curvy S-shaped thing. And that's formed by erosion and deposition of soil. As water flows through flatter land, it erodes the outer bank of the curves where the current is faster and deposits sediment on the inner bank, which causes the water to slow. And in flat plains, water basically seeks the path of least resistance. So slight obstacles cause the river to deviate, and once the curve starts, the centrifugal force increases the erosion on the outer edge, amplifying the bend over time. So once it starts curving, the curve gets bigger and bigger and bigger. These meanders are great because they create little oxbow lakes, which is something I spoke about in my video on lakes, which you can check out in the information card. But oxbow lakes are awesome. Okay, so we've got our flow down, we have our peaceful meandering coming out, and then finally we have the mouth of the river emptying out into an estuary or delta or mangrove swamp, as I spoke about in that video. So a river mouth basically forms where the river meets a larger body of water, generally speaking the ocean or a large inland sea or whatever it's emptying out into. Now, as the river speed slows as it's heading towards the ocean, it drops its sediment, creating these deltas or estuary or tidal flats or mangrove swamps. So deltas will form in areas with low tides and weak waves, allowing sediment to build outward, for example, the Nile Delta. Estuaries happen where strong tidal forces mix with salt and fresh water, creating nutrient-rich ecosystems, for example, the Thames estuary. So in a world where you have, for example, two moons and very strong tidal forces, you're unlikely to get deltas, but you are very likely to get estuaries. So the last thing we need to talk about before we get to river basin civilizations is the watershed line or the drainage divide. This is basically the ridge or the highest ground that separates one river basin from another. Essentially, rainfall from one side flows into River A, while rainfall from the other side of the watershed flows into River B, whether it's tributary or through tributaries or whatever, right? So watershed lines often follow mountain ranges, highlands, or subtle ridges, but basically the highest point. And they define natural boundaries between regions, ecosystems, and sometimes even nations. And a nation on one side of a watershed can be in much better position than the nation on a different side of the watershed. Okay, so that's all the kind of physical aspects of a river basin. But that's just the geographical stuff. So, for our next trick, let's talk about the people. We're going to start with the Nile River, or the gift of predictable floods. So the Nile's regular, predictable flooding was the foundation of the ancient Egyptian civilization. Every freaking year, the inundation brought fertile black silt, replenishing the narrow rainbow of farmland along the banks of the Nile. And this seasonal rhythm allowed the Egyptians to develop sophisticated agriculture, centralized irrigation, and surplus food production. And without surplus food production, you can't get large cities or labor specialization or the kind of stratified society that we think of in terms of civilization. So that the Nile's flooding and the river basin of the Nile created these ideal conditions for the people of Egypt to take advantage of to build their civilization. Now, the Nile is a particularly interesting flood basin because its geography dictated unity. It is this linear strip of fertile land confined between deserts. And the river means that you have settlements going up and down the river, but only within that strip of land. And this encourages cultural and political cohesion. And indeed, control of the Nile's flood cycle which was a very regular thing, became a religious and political duty, and pharaohs claimed their divine mandate by claiming that they brought the river's blessing. Heck, even their calendar started with the annual flooding season. That is how regular the flooding season of the Nile was and how important it was to the continuation of the Egyptian civilization. So, in your world building, rivers with predictable patterns encourage early agricultural empires and religious political systems tied to the natural cycle. A god river that floods very much on time to create ideal agricultural solutions could be worshipped by people, whether it is actually sentient or not, and the rulers could be seen as mediators of the divine order because of their relationship with the river. Okay, so from Africa, let's move over to South America and talk about the Amazon. So unlike the Nile, the Amazon's basin, which is the biggest basin in the world, is a vast rainforest. And the heavy rainfall and the jungle made large-scale agriculture very difficult along the Amazon River. Instead of empires, the Amazon fostered diverse, localized societies that practiced slash and burn horticulture, floodplain farming called varzia, and terra preta soil enrichment. The dense jungle growth typical of the Amazon limited the expansion of centralized states, but the rivers and tributaries themselves were crucial highways for trade, travel, and cultural exchange. The Amazon's size meant that choke points could be controlled, and those choke points could be tolled, but the interior remained a mosaic of autonomous communities. This results in wealthy communities around the choke points, but does not encourage empire or centralized state formation. Now, those rich communities on those choke points might be what fueled the large structures that we've recently found in the Amazon jungles, but they would have been wealthy in their place rather than spreading out and conquering others. Basically, the tolls that they extracted for getting through their river choke points would make them rich rather than conquest and tribute making them rich. So, in your world, if you have river basins with dense natural barriers like jungles or swamps, this would be more likely to foster fragmented polities, isolated cultures, and a network of river-based alliances and rivalries. This is great for decentralized fantasy regions and enclaves with secretive river folks. All right. Now let's move back and talk about the Indus River Basin, or the engine of civilization and conflict. The Indus River Valley nurtured one of humanity's earliest urban cultures, the Harappan civilization, from 3300 to 1300 BCE. Its irrigated agriculture, centered on wheat, barley, and cotton, supported large planned cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa. The basin's alluvial plains made farming possible in an otherwise very arid region, but not a desert, which is important. We'll get to that. Its geography encouraged urban clusters, but they didn't seem to create centralized kingdoms like Egypt. The settlements were more dispersed. And it is worth talking about why. Because the Indus didn't have jungles like the Amazon, so why didn't they centralize? First, we need to talk about the difference in geography between the Nile and the Indus. The Nile River flows, as I said, in this narrow corridor, right, with desert on either side of it, and it's only got a slender strip of arable land on either side, for 5 to 20 kilometers wide. This geography funnels the population and power along a single axis, making it easier to unify politically. The Indus River, on the other hand, is part of a broad alluvial fan spreading out across a wide region with multiple rivers. The Indus, the Ravi, the Bias, the Sotlege, the Chenab, the Jhelum, and other tributaries, and it all creates this vast stretches of cultivatable land. So settlements scattered across this wider, flatter plain, making centralized control harder. The second big difference is the river's actual behavior, which is predictable floods versus shifting waters. So the Nile has this very predictable annual flood. As I said, it rises gently, it retreats predictably, and it makes irrigation and agriculture reliable. But the Indus does not behave in this way. The Indus and its tributary were prone to unpredictable shifts, floods, and even course changes. The river's behavior was way more volatile, complicating your long-term infrastructure and centralized governments. And then our third big difference between the two is the ecology, which is the harsh desert as opposed to the semi-arid frontier. Now, you might think that the desert would make it harder to do agriculture, and yes, it does, but it also confines the population and makes expansion outward difficult, restricting you to this corridor. The Indus, on the other hand, is in a semi-arid region, and there's grasslands and even monsoon-influenced areas. So this environmental diversity encouraged self-sufficient urban centers rather than relying on the centralized control that you needed in the Nile. And then there's the cultural and trade networks, an internal focus versus an external pull. With the Nile, Egypt was somewhat geographically isolated, focusing inward and trading along its river corridor. But with the Indus, it had maritime trade with the Mesopotamians via the Arabian Sea, and it had overland links to Central Asia and the Iranian plateau or the Persian plateau. This multi-directional connectivity fostered decentralized economic hubs rather than one capital because they could trade with multiple external people from other river basins. And then lastly, it is worth mentioning that we might be missing the plot. It is entirely possible that the Indus River had a centralized civilization or a soft centralized civilization, but we don't know because unlike Egypt and Mesopotamia, we lack deciphered written records from the Indus Valley civilization. And this is for a variety of reasons, but possibly just because their records didn't preserve as well because they have a much wetter climate versus the bone-dry conditions of the desert that really preserved so much of our archaeological evidence. And they didn't seem to be the sort of monument builders that the Egyptians were. So without those monuments and without deciphered records, it's really hard to say if we're just missing something and maybe they were a centralized civilization. Okay, so our TLDR for why Indus did not turn into the same centralized kingdom as Egypt. First, the geography was different. We have the narrow corridor versus the broad floodplain. Second, we have the flooding behavior. The Nile was very predictable, whereas the Indus Valley was very unpredictable and had shifting rivers. Then we had the ecology. The desert hems in outward expansion, while the open frontier of the Indus allowed these micro civilizations. Then we have the trade focus difference where the Nile focuses trade up and down, but the Indus Valley had a diverse spread of trade. So those are all the reasons why the Indus River didn't develop this centralized location. However, There is another river which had a very unpredictable pattern and still resulted in a centralized state. So let's talk about the Yellow River, known as China's Sorrow. So the Yellow River is famed for its silt-heavy waters and catastrophic floods. But yet, it was the birthplace of the Chinese civilization and a strong centralized state. It nurtured early dynasties like the Xia, the Shang, and the Zhou through floodplain agriculture of millet and wheat. The river's loose, rich soils are incredibly fertile, but its tendency to change course and breach levees made controlling it a constant struggle. Massive hydraulic engineering projects like dikes, canals, and levees became a hallmark of Chinese statecraft. Politically, the ability to control or the failure to manage the river was seen as a measure of a dynasty's legitimacy, their mandate of heaven. So this all sounds like it shouldn't encourage centralization, right? After all, it's chaotic, it's spread out, and there's plenty of trade opportunities. But centralization did result. So let's talk about why. First, once again, we have some geographical differences. There is a natural core region with the Yellow River. The North China Plain, fed by the Yellow River, is broad, but it is naturally boxed in. It has the Taiyang Mountains to the west, the Yangtze Mountains to the north, and the Yellow Sea to the east. And southward lay the Hawaii River system, but that was also flood prone. So this created a kind of self-contained fertile core where most settlements clustered within the basin. Unlike the Indus, with the vast open plains leading into deserts and frontiers, China's heartland had firmer boundaries. Okay, second, we come to floods as a unifying problem. The Yellow River's floods were so catastrophic, hence the nickname China's Sorrow, that dealing with them required lots of labor, lots of people working together in conjunction to contain the floods of the river. And early Chinese rulers justified their authority by their ability to engineer and maintain solutions to the river's flooding, their ability to tame the river. For example, Yu the Great, the founder of the Zhai dynasty. So over time, this engineering imperative fostered the development of a centralized government capable of organizing large populations for the hydraulic projects. In essence, there was so much chaos, it needed large organized groups to deal with it. Hey, at least the sun's come out. Then our third reason for this organization is because it was so very fertile. The Yellow River carried an immense load of lewis, which is fine wind-blown silt, making the floodplain extremely fertile. Unlike Egypt's predictable Nile, the Yellow River fertility came with unpredictability, but the rewards were massive. And this combination of high risk, high reward agriculture made controlling this land strategically vital. And this incentivized warfare. Of course it did. And warfare incentivizes state formation to secure and protect arable land. The first goal of the state is property rights. Then our fourth reason is tributary rivers and transport connectivity. The Yellow River had significant tributaries, like the Wei River, which became secondary power centers. The river's upper reaches near modern Xi'an or ancient Chang'an and Luoyang became focal points for early dynasties. Despite its shallows and its course changes, sections of the Yellow Rivers Yellow River and its tributaries enabled regional trade and troop movement, fostering integrated polities who basically pay tribute to the centralized state. So you had these centralized states that were sort of federated under the empire. And all of this eventually led to the cultural ideology of the mandate of heaven. So the disasters of the Yellow River were interpreted not just as natural events, but signs of cosmic imbalance. And the early Chinese concept of the mandate of heaven linked a ruler's legitimacy to their ability to maintain harmony, including controlling the floods. This theological political concept reinforced central authority because whenever the floods were too severe, it was seen as a sign that it's time to replace the ruling dynasty. Okay, so what is our long and the short of it of why the Yellow River did result in centralization? First, we have the geographic boundary. So we had the Nile, which created the corridor. We had the Indus River, which spread out. We have the jungle of the Amazon basin, and then we have the box structure of the Yellow River. Then there's the unpredictable level of flooding resulting in massive organization requirement. Then we have the high fertility, high risk agriculture. And finally, the tributary connectivity river network of the Yellow River enabled decentralized centralization, where you have kingdoms paying tribute to an emperor. As a world builder, when you are building your river basin and you're building the civilizations that result from it, consider the following topics. First, what kind of flood patterns are you looking at? Is it regular? Is it gentle? Is it violent? Does it change? Does it force adaptation? Or does it create regularity? How navigable is the river? Can it be used for trade, for transport, for military movement? Are there any choke points? Then consider your geographic barriers. Does the basin cut through a jungle? Does it have desert that hems it in? Are there mountains that create barriers? And how does that affect the cultural and political unity of your people? Consider resource distribution. Are there fertile floodplains or rare resources? Also remember here your magical sediments or your some kind of fantasy creatures. And then, what is culturally significant about the river? Is it considered sacred? Does it have spirits or deities or legends tied to it? How do these beliefs shape the societies? Also think about shared basins. Does the river cross borders? Is water sharing a cause for diplomacy and conflict? And think about, as we do with China, who builds and maintains levees, dams, or their magical equivalents. How is that tied to power and legitimacy? So this episode is brought to you by my members, and indeed they voted to see this episode. I put a couple of episodes before them to vote for it. They voted and they chose river basins and civilizations. So if you would like to also have a lot of input into the episodes that I produce, and you would like early access to my videos and a bunch of other cool perks on screen right now, you can join the channel for as little as a cup of coffee a month. Hit the join button down below, and I will hopefully see you in the members only area. And now, let's talk about rivers in fantasy worlds. So the river that I want to discuss as a fantasy example is the rivers of Hyrule in The Legend of Zelda. In The Legend of Zelda, rivers are far from just being set dressing. They are living, functional parts of the world's geography, the gameplay, and the mythos of Zelda. Rivers often serve as natural boundaries, delineating different regions. For example, Zora's River separates central Hyrule from the domain of the aquatic Zora people. And crossing rivers in the game frequently marks a transition to a new biome, challenge, or storyline, mirroring how rivers historically defined cultural and political frontiers. Rivers also guide players towards objectives. Whether it's following a river upstream to reach the Zora's domain in Ocarina of Time, or rafting down whitewater rapids in Breath of the Wild, or solving water water-themed puzzles, rivers are both obstacles and avenues. They're not passive. They shape how players move through the world. But but this is fantasy. Rivers are tied to sacred locations and divine entities. In Breath of the Wild, there are quests where water manipulation is key to restoring balance, and divine beasts directly influence rivers and rainfall. Water's role as a purifier and life giver is a recurring motif, deeply embedded in the world's narrative fabric. Zelda shows that rivers in a fantasy world should be interactive, influential elements. They shape not just the landscape, but the culture, mythology, and journey of the people who live alongside them. So let's talk about three different ways to use rivers in fantasy. One, they are a habitat for fantasy species. Rivers are natural homes for fantastical beings, creatures like aquatic elves, nymphs, and merfolk. These can also have civilizations that dwell beneath the water's surface, often tied to the river ecology. These species might be allies or guardians, controlling fish stocks, guiding boats, and enforcing river laws. Or you could have bigger solo creatures live in it, like river dragons or leviathans. These could be massive ancient creatures that sleep beneath riverbeds, occasionally rising to alter the river's course or defend it from invaders. Their presence could control trade routes or be the focus of river centric religions. So, in your world, what lives in your rivers? Do you have any river basins with unique creatures? Consider how these creatures affect your human civilizations as well, and how they might have impacted the early river basin civilizations. Let me know in the comments below. The second potential for river is, of course, as an abode of spirits or gods. Many real world cultures have revered rivers as living deities or ancestral spirits, a tradition that fantasy can elevate to reality. But you can have personified rivers, where it's not just water, it's a sentient being with moods, desires, and grudges. In times of drought, appeasing the river god might require festivals or offerings or sacred pilgrimages or quests. Or you could have a contractual magic system where people go to a river, make a contract with a spirit, and through that contract, they gain magical power. And breaking these contracts could lead to floods or droughts or supernatural retribution. And of course, that could also result in conflict between water spirits, where rival river gods whose tributaries meet cause this massive impact on the river basin. Do you have such a contract magic system? Do you have spirits that live in your river? Would it make sense in your world to do that? Or if they're not real, is there places in your world that people believe there to be spirits living in the river? It can go either way. Let me know in the comments below. Thirdly, your river can be a source of magic. It can be a natural conduit of power. You could have ley lines of power running through the water itself, with the flow of the water, the kinetic energy, providing a means for mages to draw power from. Or it could be a source of elemental water magic, obviously, as we see in Atla, the last avatar. You could have water benders or hydromancers, or even alchemical mages could work with river water. And then rivers could serve as a crossing place between realms. Some rivers could act as boundaries between worlds, the living and the dead, the mortal and the fey realms, or even timelines. Crossing the river could be a rite of passage for people, or it could just represent a perilous ordeal. How can rivers enter your world building? Can they make it easier for a mage to use magic? Can they provide additional power? Can they open a doorway into another world? River basins have been the cradle of civilizations and continues even today to influence modern geopolitics. In fantasy world building, they offer a versatile tool for creating immersive and dynamic settings. If you understand the real world significance of river basins, you can craft basins in your world that breathe life into your setting. The slow movement of the hunting crocodile, the grazing peace of the manatee, chattering monkeys in trees, lemon sharks hunting crustaceans. These are all present in mangrove swamps. These deltas are some of the richest biomes in our world and form a bulwark against the violence of the sea. But what does it offer you, the fantasy world builder? Should you make mangroves in your world? What kind of magic can you build there? What sort of civilization would suit such a biome best? That is the topic of my video today. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. If you like this kind of content and you would like to help me keep making it, you can hit my Ko-fi page, link down below, where you can leave a once-off donation or become a monthly member. Alternatively, I am a fantasy author and my books are available on Amazon.com, linked to my author profile down below. If you do buy them and read them, please do leave a review. Thank you to all my current supporters who have helped make all this worth it. Okay, let's crack on. So the first thing that we have to talk about when it comes to mangroves is the plant itself. It is mangroves, after all. Mangrove forests, or swamps, or sometimes called mangels, occur in subtropical and tropical areas. They are estuaries, they form in marine borders or in deltas, basically where fresh water meets the ocean, you have the potential for a mangrove forest. In this kind of environment, it actually creates an incredibly complicated biome for a plant because the sea brings salt into land, right? And then the tide goes out, leaving the water body sitting there in the sun. Now, the sun causes evaporation of the water, which makes the water even saltier. So you have the salinity of the water going up. Then what happens is the salt water comes back from the ocean as the tide comes in, and you've got the water going back to its kind of salty level. And you have water coming in from inland, bringing additional mineral content, potentially bringing more fresh water and so on. So the closer you get to the ocean point, the more kind of saltish your water can be. And it can be, in fact, saltier than the ocean itself due to the evaporation effect. So from a plant perspective, the plant that survives and thrives in such an environment must be capable of dealing with salt. It must be capable of dealing with a changing environment. It must be capable of dealing with changing temperatures as the water is cooler and, the sun bakes it to heat and so on. So it is an incredibly hardy plant that can tolerate a broad range of environmental factors. Now, of course, this means that mangroves have to be capable of dealing with salt filtration as well. They have to be capable of extracting water from salt. The red mangrove is actually the best at salt filtration. And what it does is it has this very impenetrable root system. So the roots grow over each other, kind of blocking the bulk of the seawater in and creating a natural barrier. Then its roots are also impregnated by suberin, which is a plant epidermis, which further keeps out the salt. Studies have shown that inside the plant, the water that's actually absorbed into the plant is 90 to 97% of the salt has actually been excluded from that plant. That is how good their salt filtration system is. The red mangrove can also store its salt in specific cells manufactured for that process. The white and the grey mangroves actually shed their salts. So they've got special little glands where they excrete salt that they've absorbed from the ocean into those glands. And you can see the crystalline salt structures forming on the side of the mangrove itself, which is just amazing. And if you think about how valuable salt was for human communities before we could reliably mine it, that could make mangroves a highly sought after environment for humans to live in with that kind of ready access to salt. But it is not just the salt that makes this kind of environment a difficult environment. These plants also have to live in a low oxygen environment because it is a very muddy, very swampy environment with not a lot of oxygen in the actual land because it's obviously drowned in water the whole time. The black mangrove has come up with a really amazing way for its roots to breathe. It has what you can only really describe as straw roots that actually stick up like 30 centimeters above the ground, and they breathe, they sit up and breathe the air and carry the oxygen down to the deeper roots that are underneath the mud. So I thought that was just a really cool evolutionary process that gave the mangrove these straws that it can breathe with. Such a tree, of course, also requires a means of survival as a young tree. And in fact, the mangrove is very interesting in that aspect. Now, its seeds do float, so the seeds could float from area to area. But it is also one of the very few trees that germinate while still attached to the mother plant. This is called a viviparous tree. These seeds then sprout while they're attached to the plant, and they become a propugule, a ready-to-go seedling that can produce its own food via photosynthesis. This propugule then drops into the water once it's, ready to go. It drops into the water, and it can remain dormant for over a year while it's drifted from location to location by the water, even in a desiccated state where it's not taking in any water, it's not taking in any salt, nothing. It's just lying there. And then when it reaches a place that the plant determines is suitable for germination, it will then change its density so that it floats vertically rather than horizontally. So when it's in a state of transportation, it floats horizontally, and then it can make itself denser and float vertically. And then it will attempt to take root. If it can't take root in the place where it has become so dense, it can then remove that density going back to a horizontal position, and the water can take it further, which is just an amazingly cool phenomena of this plant. The benefits of real-world mangroves, so the benefits mangroves offer us as humans, is that they protect coastal areas from erosion. They form a storm surge barrier, especially against tsunamis and cyclones and other such violent storms that come in from the ocean. Mangroves protect the land from those effects. They also slow down tidal water enough to make the water going out deposit any ground that it's picked up. This then results in the ground around the mangrove becoming more fertile. So mangroves actually alter and build up their environment by increasing the fertility of the ground. And of course, the thick roots, that kind of dense interwoven roots, make the mangroves ideal for the nursery of young fish life. So they are used as a nursery by sharks and by all kinds of other coral fish life, reef fish life. And I will talk more about the mangrove roots and their nursery effect later in this video. So in short, these are actually quite incredible trees. But this is a fantasy world building channel. What does it suggest to us if we look at the magic of a mangrove? First, that kind of protective element, both the protection against the storm and the nursery protection of protecting young life, to me suggests a protection-based magic system, maybe based on sympathetic magic, so as below, as the roots protect, so they protect something else. Maybe even have the mangroves be sentient and have them protect something in the heart of the mangrove forest, and they all form this protective, dense growth around the secret area that they're protecting, or this item that they're protecting, or even a magical source that they're protecting. You could also lean into the nursery aspect and look towards fertility magic. And because mangroves are so very difficult to navigate, you could perhaps look at some kind of magic effect around secrets and lies. So mangroves encourage secrets, or they can be keepers of secrets, or maybe the druids who look after the mangrove forests are also keepers of secrets, and you can really lean into that secretive, protective nature of mangroves in terms of the kinds of magic that you put in there. But protection's not the only thing they do. As we saw, they also filter salt out of water, making water usable by man and beast. So you could also give mangroves cleansing magic. You could maybe include component magic that uses mangrove bark to make a cleansing paste that will cure poisons or maybe remove disease or something like that. You could also look at it for healing magic for the same reason, that kind of cleansing effect. And then, of course, there's mangroves' ability to cope with everything and the way that they breed, their ability to be in a desiccated state for a year and more before they actually take root. So to me, that implies that they're hardy, and you could maybe build survivor type magic in there. So you eat a mangrove leaf and you can live for a week on that alone. Maybe your constitution is increased, if you want to look at it in D&D terms, if you consume the bark of a mangrove tree. Maybe you want to have a race based on mangroves, the mangroves themselves being sentient, and they would be a race that would be very adaptable and accepting of change, which would make quite a difference to the normal tree-ent trope. Because the tree-ent trope is of a people who are slow to change. But given the kind of environment that mangroves live in, you could very potentially have a tree-ent race that is based on mangroves that would be very adaptable to change. So if you want to have that kind of plant-based race in your world, it might do you good to look at mangroves and think about the type of tree-ent they would make. And then, of course, you must think of it in terms of the culture that such a place would engender, the kinds of legends and teachings and religions that would exist around a tree that is a hardy tree, a tree that is capable of turning salt water into actual water, a tree that protects the young of everything around it. I could see such a culture becoming a very nurturing culture, but a very hardy one. So one with perhaps very intense adulthood ceremonies, where you have to survive days in the desert and all of that kind of thing to prove you are an adult, but also one where children are extremely well protected and looked after, the way the mangrove roots look after the children of all who are brought before it. So think about the kind of like cultural aspects that could grow if your people evolved in the shadows of a mangrove. And if you enjoyed those speculations about the plant, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about the animals that exist in a mangrove forest. So mangrove forests are, of course, reptile heaven. There are crocodiles, alligators, snakes, all sorts that exist in this kind of environment. And they are, of course, some of the best predators in terms of both land-based and amphibious predators. Not the absolute best predators, because there are sharks, as we'll talk about in due course. But these kinds of animals do need to eat. And the proboscis monkey provides good eating for both snakes and crocodiles and gators. Now, proboscis monkeys are particularly interesting in that they have a troop mentality, so they're always on the lookout for like crocodiles and so on together, and they feed together. But they've also specifically evolved to eat the mangrove leaf. Therefore, their bellies have become almost like a fermentation chamber, like they almost ferment the mangrove leaf as they eat it. Now, what is really interesting about the proboscis monkey is if you take it and you make a sentient race out of them, they have evolved with the mangrove. They have seen the way that the mangrove protects them, fish, other creatures. But they are also aware of the dangers offered by reptiles, by crocodiles and snakes and so on. So they would have, I think, that kind of culture that I spoke about earlier, a culture where it doesn't matter whose child it is, all children are protected. But a child, to become an adult, must prove that they are as strong and as hardy as the mangrove. So I think that you could take a look at the proboscis monkey and maybe make out of that a sentient species that is both well adapted to the mangrove as well as has a culture in keeping with their environment. But of course, they are not our only species of animals. Indeed, I spoke previously about mangroves when I spoke about the tides and the effect of two moons and so on. And the tides really does have a fundamental effect on mangroves because the sea brings food in. Then the sea retreats, leaving the mudflats. When the mudflats are open, the crustaceans, the crabs, come out and they feed on the mudflats. And then, of course, when the sea starts coming back, the crabs all scuttle for their holes. And the reason why they scuttle for their holes is because the tide doesn't just bring food, it also brings predators. Specifically, it brings sharks. Now, the lemon shark actually uses the mangrove as a nursery. Mother sharks will come into the mangrove and give birth to their pups in the mangrove. They won't stay to look after the kids. They'll give birth and then they'll head back to the ocean. But the pups, the lemon shark pups, will remain in the mangrove until they're like 10, 15 years old and until they're big enough to face the dangers of the open ocean. So these sharks actually stay quite a long time within the mangroves. Sharks aren't the only fish who use the mangroves in this way. Indeed, the coral reef fish use the mangrove so extensively that any coral reef that has a mangrove close to it has got up to 25% more fish life than coral reefs that don't have a mangrove close to it. Now, of course, there are birds who have evolved to take advantage of this very rich prey. And among those are the lava heron, which has evolved to be a spear fishing bird. But there's also the cassowaries, and that's a very interesting bird because they're one of those birds where the male makes the nest and then he sits by the nest. And the females come to the nest, they mate, the female lays her eggs in the male's nest and she goes on to the next male. The male waits. Another female comes, they mate, eggs drop, female goes. And eventually the male is left with like a nest full of eggs. He sits on it. And he's the one who hatches the eggs. He's the one who looks after the chicks. Cassowary chicks are raised by their single fathers. And that, to me, is always interesting in terms of the role reversal of genders. So if you have a species based on the cassowary birds, you have a bird people in your world, it would be interesting what kind of society would evolve from that. As I spoke about in my When Does a Matriarchy Make Sense video, I think that societies based on birds would have a higher chance of being a matriarchal society simply because of the reversal of who looks after the chicks. And I think that that is the effect of laying the egg externally as opposed to having the egg be a live birth. That's just a personal theory. You're welcome to let me know what you think in the comments below. Of course, many birds also migrate to mangrove swamps, and indeed, these birds form massive colonies where there are multiples of types of birds that nest together because they all fulfill different evolutionary niches, so they don't hunt each other, which again speaks to that community that builds up within a mangrove forest. But birds are not the only thing that migrates to a mangrove. Green turtles are long distance swimmers. They cover huge portions of the oceans. And for them, mangroves represent a safe place to rest because the mangrove is warm. The waters of the mangrove are warm. And so the green turtle will come there and will rest in the warm water. Indeed, manatees too make their winter home in the mangroves because the water there is warm enough for this sea mammal. The only sea mammal, by the way, that is a vegetarian sea mammal. Besides migratory animals and sea animals, you also have some of the truly strangest animals in mangroves. The mudskipper fish is like a weird combination of a fish who wants to become a frog. He has ambitions that way, so that he still has gills, and in fact, mudskippers have to go to a puddle every now and again and then kind of roll their heads so that the gills get wet so that they can breathe, and then they go skipping across the mud again. And like the crabs, they hide in burrows when the tide is coming in because otherwise they get eaten. But when the tide is out, they come out and they feed off the land, off the dry land, and they can in fact jump and crawl quite well on their fins, which is a very interesting evolution of a not really what I would call amphibious animal, an animal that is on its way perhaps to becoming an amphibious animal. There are even mammals that are unique to mangrove swamps. There's a miniature deer that hides out in mangroves that has a tolerance for salt water because, of course, even further inland from the actual sea edge, the water is still pretty brackish. So any animals do have to be able to cope with that salt water. And of course, they do eat mangrove leaves, so you could have the same kind of effect if the mangrove leaf is magic, that these deer are actually quite hardy and difficult to kill. What do people get out of mangrove swamps? Well, they get tannins for making leather. Mangroves become peat, which of course makes fuel for fire. Of course, you could use the wood as well. Mangroves can be made into teas and into medicines, especially in a fantasy world where you can really lean into that medicinal effect and that salt filtration effect. They can also be used as a tobacco substitution. So if you want to play with kind of addictive substances, you could have the mangrove be slightly addictive. And you could also harvest salt from the mangroves, as I spoke about earlier. Then, of course, mangroves, being the meeting place of the sea and the land, would make a good place if you have seagoing races like mer people or maybe some kind of like intelligent dolphin, and you have land races, men or maybe these monkeys. The mangrove waters could be a place where they meet and trade because it is the unification of both areas. Both people could become conjoined there. It would especially be interesting if the sea people use the mangroves as a nursery while the land people still live in the trees above the mangrove. Like some deal or arrangement might need to be reached so that the land people help look after the sea people's young, which would make for a very interesting dynamic between the two peoples, especially, as I said, if your land-based people evolve to think that all young should be protected kind of deal. It is a very diverse habitat and a great addition in my mind to a fantasy world. It gives you a place where the sea and the land meet. It gives you a place where magic can become a very central part of the plant life itself, a place of protection and power, a place where you can have strange animal and new life comes to adulthood. And those are my thoughts on mangroves in a fantasy world. If you liked this video, hit the thumbs up button and maybe check out my video on how to build an island. And if you want to connect around this or any other topic, I do have a Discord server, link down below. And I will see you soon for another episode of Just in Time Worlds.
On the southern continent of Kisangani, to the west of the arm of the gods, lies the giant lake simply called the Holy Dam. In the center of the lake, there is a perfectly round, deep blue hole. The water of the hole is always clear, no matter the weather, nor yet the season. It is said that a diver who was brave enough, or foolish enough, could plumb those depths and find the hub of the wheel, which the goddess pushed out when she gave her people the gift of Habi. There are always young men and a few young women who try this on their temple day. Most survive the experience. None have found the hub. That little snippet comes from a lake in my world, the Holy Dam on the continent of Kisangani. Lakes are fascinating things. They are critical for fresh water. They provide a buffering effect on the weather, a temperate zone for people to live in. Their depths can hide monsters, magics, artifacts of terrible nature. They can be used in elemental magic, shamanistic magic, and in other forms of power generation. They can even be portals into other worlds. And they are the topic of my conversation with you today. Lakes and how to use them in fantasy settings. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds. If you like this kind of topic and you would like to see me make more, you can support me on Ko-fi or you can buy my books, links down below. Okay, let's get cracking. First, let's talk about how lakes are formed. Now, I'm not going to exhaustively cover every type of lake there is. I'm going to cover the ones that are most interesting to me. But just so that you understand the basic concept, a lake is basically formed anywhere where you've got a basin and some kind of input of water, whether that's a river flowing in or regular filling through rain or, an upwelling of water through the groundwater or whatever the case may be. That then becomes a lake area in that basin. And a basin can be formed through glacial movements. Like an example is in Finland, we're called the land of 1,000 lakes. And that is basically because we have many, many basins caused by the glacial movement. When the glaciers retreated during the last ice age, they left these basins behind. Basins can also be created by wind movement. It can be created by meteoric strikes. So it can be this hole in the middle of nowhere and any other number of causes. The ones that I'm going to cover today are the ones that I find most interesting. So let's kick off with that and talk about seas that get cut off from the ocean. An example of this from our world is the Caspian Sea. So the Caspian Sea used to be connected to the ocean proper. It used to be a sea that, had an inlet to the ocean. But over time, whether through sedimental impact and landslides and so on, it gets cut off from the ocean. And then it becomes a salty lake. So right now, the Caspian Sea is still salty. But over time, it will probably become a freshwater lake as the minerals kind of descend into the earth and fresh water pours in with rain and rivers and so on. And it doesn't get the renewal of salt from the ocean that you would otherwise get. And so its salinity will go down and it will become a freshwater lake. The reason why I like these kinds of lakes is because they have the potential to be immense. So a sea inherently is a giant body of water. If you look at the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Red Sea, they're all very big pieces of water. Even the Baltic Sea, which is on Finland's coastline, is a massive body of water. If you then bar that from the ocean, you end up with this huge lake, which of course has the potential to be a great landmark, as well as being a resource for people to live around, as well as being a culturally impactful site. the location of such a sea, such an ocean, such a big lake would attract people. They would make up stories about it. They would tell their children about it. They would have magic that grows from that lake, things of cultural significance, worship, and so on. So I really like that kind of lake just for its sheer water size. And from inland seas, let's talk about lakes in volcanoes. So lakes can also form inside volcanoes. The volcano erupts, it leaves the crater. Water can then enter the crater either from like glacial melt from higher down, or water like falling from the sky, rainwater falling into the sky, snow falling into the caldera, etc. It can even come from the groundwater and the liquids inside the volcano, and it forms this round lake in the crater. What is really interesting about these lakes is because the water also seeps out, they can be intermittent lakes. So they can exist during the rainy season, then the water can seep out, leaving the caldera dry, and then they can fill up again. So it can be this intermittent thing. They also are quite often warm springs inside there because the heat of the volcano can still provide heat to the water. So that makes it a hot spring, which of course comes with a lot of cultural impact. People can go there for the good feeling of being in a hot spring, but also for things like healing. There can be a magic associated with it. If you have an elemental magic, this is also a very key place because you have the air, obviously, all around you. You have the volcano providing fire. You have the lake providing water, and you have the earth of the volcano and the mountains around it providing your earth element. So it's actually a nexus point of all four elements that can become an immense place of power in such an elemental magic system. So definitely worth thinking about volcanic lakes from the aspect of an elemental lake. They're also some of our weirdest lakes. So Ojos del Salado in Chile has a permanent lake at a height of 6,000 meters above sea level. It's probably the highest lake in the world. The biggest crater lake is in Indonesia, and it was from an eruption that happened 75,000 years ago, and it's 100 kilometers by 300 kilometers wide and long. And at its deepest point, it is 505 meters deep, which is enormous. I mean, that is one heck of a lake. And that's why I like caldera lakes or volcanic lakes. I like them for their elemental impact. I like them for the strange and unusual places they can be in. I like them for all of the elements that come around them, the heat, the hot rocks, the strange volcanic environment, and then this blue lake in the middle of the volcano. And speaking of volcanoes often come along with earth subsidence. And that is one of the other ways in which you can get incredible lakes. And those are called rift lakes. Lake Baikal in Russia is a fantastic example of this. It contains nearly 20% of the world's fresh water. And up there, it drops to minus 30 in the winter, and the lake freezes thick enough that you can drive over it. You get all kinds of animals around there. You get bears and wolves and deer and moose and reindeer, all your ungulates, wolverine, lynx, foxes, etc. But you also get a very, very special seal up there called the nerpa, which is a freshwater seal. And they speculate that it evolved there because it was originally a saltwater seal that then got trapped there, washed up there by the river and just kind of hung out there in Baikal. And it evolved there as one of the world's very few, very rare freshwater seals. So your lakes like that can also become places where you have strange creatures that exist nowhere else because they are so isolated from the rest of the environment. So it becomes, like I discussed with islands, it becomes these places where evolution follows a different path because you have a more closed genetic pool. So your choices in natural selection are different from what it is anywhere else in the world, which is really fascinating, and you can have all kinds of creatures from it, including, of course, monstrous creatures and magical ones. Anyway, back to Baikal. Baikal also has an incredible cleaning system, which is mostly due to the zooplankton that exists in the lake. Now, the zooplankton in Baikal actually filters the entire body of the lake in 23 years, that entire massive body of fresh water, it filters in 23 years, which is why Baikal is such a clear lake. It's always transparent. You can always see through it, which is incredible. It also has bacteria that eats oil. Now, how they know this is because there is an oil seep, a natural oil seep at the bottom of Baikal. So the oil seeps up out of the earth into the lake, but it doesn't go any further. Why not? Because there are bacteria that live at the bottom of Baikal that eat the oil. They literally eat the oil of the plants. And that's just amazing. I just find that so incredibly amazing. So you can really kind of have these lakes that are so strange and different and have such a different environment because of their isolated nature, because they are built around fault lines in the earth. And again, Baikal has volcanoes under it, so it has thermal vents. It doesn't make much of an impact on the general temperature of the lake, but there are spots in Baikal where the water goes up to 50 degrees, even in winter, because of the volcanoes. So again, you can dive into that elemental magic where you've got all three working together. You've got the air, you've got water, you've got fire and earth, all of them working together in these spots, and they can be nexus spots for elemental magic. Also, those rare animals and plants that I spoke about, I mean, you can lean into that if you have a component-based magic system where people have to, go and gather the golden root under the light of the moon while the shaman plays his drum in order to make the potion that will give you superhuman strength. And that then gives a lot of significance to these places and gives people a reason to go there and gives these strange critters a tie into your magic system, which allows you to really build out this place that's part of your world. So that's rift lakes. Now I want to talk about a really strange type of lake, which is an intermittent lake. Now I spoke about intermittent lakes a little with volcanoes. Sometimes the water seeps out. But the really awesome intermittent lake is in Brazil, among the dunes there. During the rainy season, the entire dune basin turns into a myriad of interconnected lakes with the dunes kind of like little sandy islands between them. It's amazing. It just turns into this huge lake. And then when the rainy season passes, the water drains away again. But the groundwater is always quite close to the surface. So when the rainy season comes again, it fills up and creates this intermittent lake. So the kind of life that exists here is life with a super short life cycle. So because you have to basically exist during the rainy season, you've got to find something, you've got to mate with it, you've got to put down a youngling probably in egg forms that can survive the dry season, and then you die. And then the next season, the rains come again, and the eggs hatch, and they have to go through the same cycle. So it's like a really accelerated life cycle. Or it's creatures that don't hibernate, but instead bury themselves in the mud and basically go into a state of kind of suspended animation during the heat of the dry season until the rains come again and reinvigorate them. So it makes for a very different environment in terms of whether it's wet or dry, because in the wet season you have to use a boat to get through the region. But in the dry season, it's like walking through a desert. And I find that is just a fascinating concept. So definitely think about intermittent lakes and how you can use them in your world. And then the last type of lake that I want to talk about is man-made lakes. Now, the best example in our world is Lake Nasser in Egypt. And basically it was made by diverting the Nile. What it achieved was it unshackled Egypt from the flood cycle of the Nile. It reduced Egypt's chance of flooding, and it reduced Egypt's chance of droughts. So really it did a lot for the people of Egypt. It also became a great stopover point for migratory birds, and the animals adapted really well to it. In fact, it probably saved the Nile crocodile and the Egyptian goose from going extinct. Hydroelectricity is generated via Lake Nasser, so enough to power most of Egypt, or at least it was when it was created. But on the downside, if you do such a thing, if you create a man-made lake, you can have dire consequences. So in Lake Nasser's case, it drowned Nubia, and thousands of Nubians had to be relocated into the desert, and it wasn't great. Also, the temples of Abu Simbel were in the valley, and they were just going to be drowned. And in the end, UNESCO moved those temples. They got 50 countries involved, and they actually cut the pillars into blocks and moved the whole blocks, moved all the temples out of the valley that was going to become Lake Nasser, and put them, in a safe location, in a reconstructed safe location. So you do have obvious and clear downsides if you create a lake artificially, in that you're basically drowning a whole region, right? Even though there are many upsides. So if you do create a man-made lake, make sure that you think of both the upsides and the downsides that your people are going to engage in. Okay, those were the lake types I wanted to cover. Hit the thumbs up button if you enjoyed that. And let's talk about what lakes in general provide. So lakes are a buffer zone for your climate. The climate is generally more temperate around a lake because the water retains heat longer, so your winters aren't as harsh, and it doesn't heat up as fast, so your summers are more gradual and your summers are not as hot. So it can provide a temperate living zone in a dire environment where people can settle. It's also a critical part of bird migration. In fact, ospreys, for example, always return to the same nest. So their nests grow year on year where they are around a lake, and then they leave them when the chicks are growing and return to that same place to nest again. And then, of course, there are birds like cranes that migrate from lake to lake. So they need to go from one lake to another lake to rest and to, recuperate and then carry on. There are birds that don't migrate. The mute swan doesn't migrate, and it flocks together during the winter months on the ice. And there are duck species that do that as well. Interestingly, in the ducks, those flocks don't survive the spring. So they'll flock together for heat in the winter, and then when spring comes, they're like, now all that's important is mating, and the fact that we were all cuddly in winter does not influence my mating drive. It's interesting that those flocks, are only a winter activity. Anyway, speaking of ducks, the ducks are also provided with a place of safety in the lake. So when they're swimming on the lake, they are safer than when they are, say, grazing in the meadow where a wolf could come grab them. But of course, they still do have to go onto land to eat and so on. The moose goes into the water to eat. They eat pondweed from inside the lake, and they can actually swim and eat that, and they go after it for the minerals, which is very interesting. So a lake can provide food for the creatures that live around it, and it can provide a place of safety for the birds. It is also a place where there's often creatures that hibernate, and like, for example, when bears come out of hibernation, they look for the insects that live around the lake because they're starving, they're very emaciated, and they're not going to be able to hunt down prey. So they go looking for the first easiest food, which is always the insects around the lake. So a lake is a very rich biome, and it's a biome that kind of works together in a kind of temperate effect on the lake and the environment. It's also a place where strange animals can evolve, as we spoke about when we spoke about Baikal and the Nurple seal. So it's worth thinking about, what kind of strange animals and plants only exist in this specific lake. Okay, let's talk about lake magic and lake monsters. The most enduring myth about lakes is probably the Lady of the Lake from the Arthurian legends, and certainly that one has a myriad of versions. Essentially, there's a woman who probably held up a sword out of a lake and Arthur took it. Maybe she just lived near a lake and she gave it to him in her cottage. But I like the version where she, is pushing the sword up and he takes it. Actually, the version I like best is shown by David Gemmell. Now, what Gemmell did in his world was he actually used portal magic and the lake. So the Lady of the Lake who handed the sword up was actually in a completely different world. And she was lifted up by another dude with a sword in hand, and she, held up the sword like this, and just her arm stuck through the lake. And Arthur took the sword, and then she vanished back down, and she was just gone. So she was literally handing him the sword through a portal, which I thought was fascinating. Lakes, of course, do make for great portals. As I said, they can form these elemental nexus points, and in those elemental nexus points, you could have a gate to another world. I mean, you don't even have to have elemental magic. It could just be that the interaction creates that gate. And then, as I spoke about when I spoke about Lake Nassar, you can have hydroelectricity coming from lakes, which of course works in any world, whether you have magic or not. But you can also tie that into your magic. You can have that movement of water create power that the mage can use, as I spoke about when I did my video on 2 moons and the power of the tides that you can utilize in such a case. So definitely power generation, elemental magic and portal magic are great elements of lake magic. But you can also lean into the spiritual aspect. Shamans have been working around lakes for centuries. You can have spirits in the lake. You can have totemists. You can have totem animals who live in the lake. You can also lean into the monsters of the lake, things like grindylows, which are demons that live in the lake, or kappas that have water in bowls, and if the water is spilled out of their head bowls, then they lose their supernatural power. Or naiads, which come from the Greeks, which are spirits of the lake, or even freshwater mermaids that, might help people or might harm them if they try and harm the lake. So you can really lean into that animal spirit aspect of the lake and build out a shamanistic tradition around the lake.
From the frozen tundra of Ursula K. Le Guin's Gethin to the ceaseless high storms of Brandon Sanderson's Roshar, weather in fantasy worlds is more than just a backdrop. It's a driving force that shapes cultures, fuels magic, and spawns legends. Weather isn't just something to weather, it can bring societies to their knees or be the harbinger of immense power. From devastating hurricanes to life-giving rainfall, today we'll embark on a journey through fantasy's most weather-ridden landscapes and explore how this uncontrollable and awe-inspiring aspect of world building can be used to enhance your story. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Okay, enough of that, let's get cracking with the weather. Just before we get going, it is crucial to differentiate between weather and climate. While they are related, they are not quite the same thing. Weather refers to the short-term conditions of the atmosphere, what we experience daily. Climate is the long-term patterns of weather in specific areas collected over 30 years or more. So it's the difference between a single rainy day, weather, and a region being classified as a rainforest, climate. Okay, with that out of the way, let's get going with weather. Weather plays a pivotal role in our daily lives, influencing everything from what we wear to how we travel, what our plans are for the day, and even what we eat. At its core, weather is caused by differences in temperature and pressure in the Earth's atmosphere, mainly powered by the sun. The complex interactions of these factors cause various weather phenomena such as rain, snow, wind, and more. For example, when warm air rises, it cools and condenses to form clouds, and under the right conditions, precipitation occurs, which is basically just water falling from the clouds in various forms. On a grander scale, rapid changes in weather patterns can have profound implications for the climate and its ecosystems. One historical example is the Younger Dryas, a period from about 12,800 to 11,700 years ago, during which the Earth's northern hemisphere abruptly returned to near glacial conditions after a period of gradual warming. The Younger Dryas was a severe climactic event that dramatically impacted Earth's ecosystems. It began approximately 12,800 years ago towards the end of the Pleistocene epoch and lasted about 1,300 years. In terms of fauna, the Younger Dryas is often associated with the extinction of many large mammal species, such as mammoths and mastodons in North America and in Northern Europe. The rapid cooling also affected flora. During this period, forest ecosystems, which had begun to spread north with the retreating ice sheets, were replaced by tundra-like environments in Northern Europe and North America. In fact, the pollen records show a rapid decline in tree populations and a resurgence of cold-tolerant grasses and shrubs. For human societies, the Younger Dryas period was an extremely challenging period. Many groups had begun to settle and experiment with very early forms of agriculture following the retreat of the ice sheets. However, the sudden return of near glacial conditions and changes in animal and plant life would have disrupted these activities, leading to food scarcity and necessitating adaptation for survival. There's evidence that this period of hardship stimulated important cultural innovation. For instance, in the Near East, it appears that the pressure to secure reliable food sources may have led to the domestication of plants and animals, setting the stage for the fully fledged agricultural revolution and creating an environment where permanent settlements were the norm and eventually giving rise to the complex societies we know today. This period following the Younger Dryas, the agricultural revolution, fundamentally changed humanity's relationship with the weather. For the first time, we became directly dependent on specific weather patterns for successful crop cultivation and livestock rearing. An extended drought or a too wet season could mean the difference between abundance and famine. And if you want to check out my thoughts around humanity's changes, you can check out my eras defined playlist in the information cards. And if you enjoyed that overview of the weather and climate, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about the cultural impact of weather. The importance of weather is reflected in our language and stories. Phrases like under the weather or weather the storm or every cloud has a silver lining show how deeply the weather influences our thoughts and expressions. Similarly, countless legends and folk tales revolve around weather events and characters surviving extreme weather. Let's take a look at two very different examples from different parts of the world. First, right here in my own part of the world, there is a legend of the Snow Queen. In many interpretations, the Snow Queen embodies the harshness and beauty of winter. The legend tells the story of the Snow Queen, a mystical figure who can control ice and snow. One winter, she abducts a young boy named Kai after his heart had been pierced by a splinter from an enchanted mirror, which makes him see everything in a cold and cynical light. Kai's childhood friend Gerda embarks on a quest to save him, braving many winter trials with her warm heart and unyielding courage. Through her journey, the story explores the themes of love, resilience, and the struggle against the unforgiving cold. The Snow Queen narrative was popularized worldwide by the Danish author Hans Christian Andersen. On the other hand, Anansi the spider is a prominent figure in African folklore, particularly within the Akan traditions of West Africa. In one popular tale, there is a severe drought that causes a famine across the land. All the animals are suffering and they turn to Anansi for help because he is known to be very cunning. Anansi decides to visit the sky god to ask for rain. To test Anansi's wit, the sky god sets him a series of challenging tasks. He needs to capture the python, the leopard, and the hornets, each of which he accomplishes by tricking these creatures. His final task is to capture a fairy or Moatia, known to be invisible. Anansi carves a small doll and covers it with sticky gum. He places a bowl of yam paste the fairies like by the doll. When a fairy comes to eat the paste and strikes the doll for not responding to her greeting, she becomes stuck to the doll and Anansi captures her. As a reward for his cleverness, the sky god brings rain to the parched land, ending the drought. The story of Anansi bringing rain encapsulates themes of intelligence, resourcefulness, and survival in harsh climatic conditions. These two tales illustrates the very different impact weather has on the local culture. You'd never get a Snow Queen legend in West Africa, and Finland can't even spell drought. So you'd not get legends about clever spiders ending the drought up here where I live. When you're creating your fantasy cultures, your myths and legends, think about the impact of local weather. Are your winters snowy and cold? Here, even in Helsinki, where I live in the southern part of Finland, the winter snow easily comes a meter high. So, in such an environment, create myths like the Snow Queen. On the other hand, is your climate more like that of Africa and prone to droughts? Create stories like Anansi's tale of bringing an end to drought and the suffering caused thereby. Such mythology can help with both enriching your world and grounding your cultures in their surroundings, making them feel more real. And if you enjoyed that discussion of weather and culture, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about manipulating the weather with magic. In fantasy worlds, the relationship between weather and magic can add an exciting layer of complexity. Magic that can manipulate the weather has far-reaching implications. Such abilities could revolutionize agriculture, but could also lead to catastrophic unbalancing of natural systems if misused. Societies with weather controlling mages would likely hold these individuals in high regard, potentially viewing them with a mixture of respect, fear, and expectation. One interesting aspect to consider when introducing weather manipulation in a magic system is the vast complexity of weather patterns. Weather is a result of numerous factors and variables interacting with each other. Air pressure, temperature, humidity, wind speed and direction, geography, and many others. If a mage can manipulate the weather without causing unintended ripple effects elsewhere, this implies an enormous level of understanding and control over these variables. The idea of such omniscient control can be awe-inspiring, but it also serves as a compelling limitation to the magic. Consider a magic system where mages must calculate larger weather patterns before intervening. What if an inadvertent miscalculation could set off an ice age or cause a devastating drought? Such possibilities add tension and stakes to the magic, as well as deepening the world building. The magic user's role in society might be treated with a delicate balance of awe and fear. Their ability is both a blessing and a potential curse. To portray the careful balance needed for weather manipulation, you can look at The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan. In the world of the Wheel of Time, the Aes Sedai who can wield the One Power must be very cautious in using their abilities to change the weather. A hasty or inexperienced manipulation can result in devastating consequences, rippling out across the world. And they are warned against changing the weather unless it is a matter of great urgency, because nature will always strive to balance itself, often with violent results. On the other hand, in both Percy Jackson and Avatar The Last Airbender, the characters can manipulate the weather and nothing bad happens. The implications, for me at least, being that either the characters instinctively understand the weather or the magic instinctively understands and adjusts for all the complexities of the weather, and thus this weather magic can simply be cast. Now, that is kind of awe-inspiring if you give any thought to it, but I think that the world builders in those cases just didn't want to deal with and engage with the weather on that level, so they did a tiny bit of hand waving to just smooth over, yes, there's a complex thing, magic takes care of it. So if you're including weather manipulation as part of your magic system, Give some thought to the vast patterns that form the weather and how your magic system integrates with that. Even if you are going to hand wave the mechanics, make sure that you actively decide to hand wave. Don't just let it be an unconscious decision. It's fine to hand wave, but make sure you're doing it on purpose and by design. And if you enjoyed that discussion of weather manipulation, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about the weather as a power source. Weather as a source of magic is a captivating concept, largely because of the raw power and energy that natural phenomena possess. Lightning, tornadoes, hurricanes, blizzards, all of these carry immense energy that could be theoretically harnessed to fuel magical abilities. This could lead to interesting developments in the world building of your story. For example, the ability to draw magic from weather might be more powerful during certain times of the year or in certain geographical locations. This could create unique societal dynamics with major status and power fluctuating with the changing seasons or the weather patterns. The Dresden Files series by Jim Butcher is a great example of weather being used as an additional power source. In the first book, Stormfront, the antagonist draws on thunderstorms to power spells far beyond what he would normally be able to cast. Spoiler warning here for Dresden Files Book 1. So these thunderstorms not only provide a visually impressive scene of spell casting, but it also introduces limitations and strategic elements to the magic system. It is also a core clue in the mystery, since the sorcerer can't cast his murderous spells unless there is a thunderstorm. Toward the end of the book, it also provides a ticking clock that drives Harry as a storm is building and Harry needs to find the sorcerer before the lightning starts and the sorcerer can use Harry's blood to kill him with the power of the storm. Another great example comes from the Stormlight Archive by Brandon Sanderson. Here, the natural weather phenomena known as high storms carry with them the magical energy known as stormlight, which infuses gemstones and powers magical abilities as well as magical items. The regularity and predictability of high storms means that the magic in this world has a consistent and reliable power source. However, the intensity of the storms also presents a natural hazard, and much of the world and its creatures have adapted to survive and even thrive in these conditions. Thus, stormlight becomes not just a source of magic, but a significant driver of the world's ecology, architecture, economy, even the societal hierarchy. The weather can provide a very interesting power source in any fantasy world. Maybe it's like the Dresden Files, just a boost in power that is very risky to use because it is so wild. Or maybe it's like Stormlight, a reliable power, but one which has to be gathered and stored, giving rise to a whole new series of tasks and professions around your magic system. I think the power of weather could definitely add some flourishes to almost any magic system, and especially elemental magic systems. And for my thoughts on elemental magic, check out the video card. If you enjoyed that exploration of the weather as a power source, consider giving this video a super thanks. And let's talk about fantastical weather. The fantastical weather conditions in many fantasy stories not only serve as unique features of their world building, but also deeply influence the societies and cultures within these worlds. Weather that deviates significantly from what we know on Earth can lead to societies that are remarkably different from our own in terms of their survival strategies, technologies, beliefs, and societal structures. An example is from George R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones, which is set in the world of Westeros, and this demonstrates how unpredictable and lengthy seasons can shape a civilization. I mean, who can forget the motto of House Stark, winter is coming? It is not merely a familiar slogan, but it is also a reminder to all of Westeros' inhabitants to prepare for the harsh, long winters that can last for years. These extended periods of harsh weather have led to a society that places a high value on stockpiling and survival skills. It also impacts their warfare, their politics, even their religions, with the Lord of Light being worshipped more fervently as winters grow colder and the nights longer. Another example is The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula K. Le Guin, which presents a world in perpetual winter. The planet Gethin, also known as Winter, experiences a harsh climate where the inhabitants have adapted to survive in extreme cold conditions. This unending cold weather shapes not only the physical characteristics of the Gethinians, who are uniquely androgynous, but also their societal structures, technologies, and attitudes towards things like hospitality and cooperation. The weather serves as a constant obstacle, a PvE server, if you will, making travel and communication difficult and influencing political decisions and personal relationships. Another example of strange weather is in the Broken Empire trilogy by Mark Lawrence, which is a post-apocalyptic world that is left fractured with pockets of varying climates known as Thousand Suns. These cause dramatic weather changes over short distances. This creates this patchwork of microclimates, each with its own unique challenges, influencing the adaptation and survival strategies of communities living in these microclimates. Of course, we must also talk here about Dune in Frank Herbert's world, where the desert planet Arrakis is extreme in its heat and lack of water, and this greatly influences the culture and the lifestyle of the Fremen people. Their whole existence is adapted to survive the harsh desert climate, from their still suits designed to conserve and recycle water to their reverence of water as a sacred resource. In each of these examples, the unique weather conditions do more than just set the stage for the story. They actively shape the cultures, they shape the behaviors and the lives of the characters, making the weather an integral part of the world building and storytelling process. If you think of Dune, all of their rituals is about water and about the makers, the worms. If you think of Mark Lawrence's books, those microclimates have a fundamental effect on the world. The Gethinians live with winter continuously, and the coming of winter brings this inherent fear to all of the North. This kind of weather pattern shapes the culture. It brings those people together. So if you're going to create such fantastical weather, think about how it's going to influence your culture. Think about how it's going to influence your mythos and your people's attitude, not just to the environment around them, but also to each other. I think fantastical weather is a great addition to any fantasy world. Just remember that if you do add it, it must be more than a gimmick. Let it permeate throughout your cultures. Let it become part of their sayings, their mythos, and their legends. Hey, are you ready to go down under? What, you don't have any scuba gear? That's okay. I'll lend you my second octo. And let's dive down and explore the wonderful world of underwater coral and what that biome can offer the fantasy world builder. Imagine a home beneath the waves, the architect of your house, a creature as diverse as its environment. Coral would be the builder of this place, and it would form the home of amazing, fantastical creatures that could feed your magic system, shape your religion, and form the bedrock of the cultures that live in, around, and on the coral reef. Envision a civilization of merfolk swimming between the columns of water, or a sea otter transforming into a human as it walks out onto the beach. From myths that echo in sailors' tales to sacred rites held in underwater temples, that is what I want to talk about today. Coral reefs and the enormous value that they can add to your fantasy world. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time World Building with your host, Marie Mullaney. Welcome to the channel if this is your first time, or welcome back if you're a subscriber. So today we are continuing my long-running series on world building biomes. And if you're interested in other biomes, there's a playlist right over there for you to check out. Today, the topic is coral reefs. And appropriately, the first thing to talk about is coral itself. Now, if you look at coral, you might think that they're a family of plants, but this would be incorrect. Coral is actually living animals. Each coral is made up of hundreds, sometimes thousands of tiny creatures called polyps. These polyps secrete calcium carbonate, building the hard rock-like structures we know as coral reefs. But here is where it gets fascinating. Coral houses microscopic algae called zooxanthellae. I did not pronounce that right. It's on the whiteboard. These algae are hosted within their tissues, which through photosynthesis provides the coral with nutrients. It's an amazing symbiosis between the algae and the animal that creates the magic of coral. At least this is the case with shallow water corals, which is what I'm going to talk about today. The reefs we discuss today are shallow enough that sunlight still penetrates and photosynthesis is possible. And this symbiotic relationship exists between algae and coral. There are deep water reefs that function very differently, and I might explore them in another biome video. If you would like me to do a video on deep water reefs, comment down below and let me know. Okay, so back to shallow water coral reefs. One of the most fascinating parts of coral is how it spawns. It is a very synchronized event, and it happens mostly annually with a mass spawning where they just toss out the gametes into the ocean and hope that these gametes will find each other and make little itty-bitty baby corals. The timing of this event varies depending on the coral species and their locations, but the general rule is that it happens after a full moon because the lunar cycle does have a significant role in the timing. And this is, of course, because the moon affects the tides, as I discuss in my video on multiple moons. For the spawning to take place, there must also be a rise in water temperature, so the late spring or early summer is ideal. And it typically happens at night, which is thought to help protect the eggs from predators and the sun. So this spawning event would likely have a large impact on societies that live on or near coral reef biomes. And that is a topic we will talk about a little later in this video, so stick around for that. Now, I did mention that coral builds these undersea houses, and of course they are the reef builders. They are the foundation animal of the reef, which is to say the biome cannot exist without them. But they are more than just undersea structures. They protect coastlines from erosion and from adverse weather. They provide nurseries for sea life where juvenile fish can grow up in relative safety. Medically beneficial compounds are harvested from coral, even in our world. Of course, in a world where you have magic, you can enhance this by having it not just be something that physiologically reacts, but also is magical. And that is something else we will talk about a little later when we talk about the magic of coral. Now, In your world, coral could be a sacred place of power where water mages draw strength, or it could be the backbone of an underwater economy, trading in precious minerals and magical pearls. Coral is already a rich environment in our world. Add a little magic and it truly becomes the home of fantasy. So if you enjoyed this conversation about coral itself, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about the fauna and flora that you find in a coral reef. Before we go under the water, let's talk about above the water. The frigate bird is a fascinating species that has several adaptations that make it very well suited for life associated with coral reefs. These birds are also known as the pirates of the sky, which is just an amazing name. Their wingspan is enormous relative to their body size, allowing them to soar on the thermal updrafts above the sea for weeks, and this allows them to stay out to sea and not land and get waterlogged. Now, they're called pirates of the sky because of their feeding strategy. They are kleptoparasites, meaning they often obtain their food by stealing it from another bird. They literally just steal the fish right out of the mouth of other birds, though they are also adept hunters themselves and can pluck fish and squid from the ocean's surface. In a fantasy world, they could represent a graceful and strategic thief that has the patience to wait for the right moment to strike. Now, moving one step down from the sky, let's talk about air-breathing animals, and we're going to split this into two and talk about reptiles and mammals. In the reptile category, let's start with green turtles. With their streamlined shells and powerful flippers, these are the long-distance travelers of the marine world, and they migrate incredible distances, always returning to their spawning beach to lay their eggs. They can hold their breath for several hours while resting, but when they are actively foraging, they usually hold their breath for about 5 minutes before surfacing for air. I've seen green turtles sleeping, and it is the most amazing thing. They sort of drift right above the coral in a sheltered spot, and they just don't pay attention to anything. Like they're just taking a nap down there. It's awesome. The diet of the green turtle is mainly seagrass and algae, which is pretty important because it prevents the overgrowth and maintains the health and balance of the seagrass beds. Green turtles in a fantasy world could be ancient navigators of the seas, or they could act as living vessels for underwater species. They could also, in and of themselves, evolve to sentience and civilization and become an amphibious sentient species. Though you'll have to make a plan with their hands because those paws aren't made for tools. Now, as I said, we are splitting the air-breathing section in two, and the other animal that we're going to talk about is sea otters. They are just the most awesome animals. They are known to hold their breath for up to 5 minutes, and they are a keystone species in the kelp forest ecosystem, which is often the neighbor of the coral reef ecosystem. Keystone species means that they are critical to the health of the ecosystem. The primary diet of the sea otter consists of sea urchins, crabs, snails, and small fish. And they can actually crush shellfish open on their chest using rocks, which is just the most cutest thing ever, though I guess it sucks for the shellfish. Anyway, by controlling the sea urchin population, sea otters prevent the overgrazing of kelp forest, which is a critical habitat and feeding ground for many marine species. Sea otters in a fantasy world with their dexterous paws and their playful nature could very easily become a sentient species, either in their own right or as shapeshifters, And we will talk more about that a little later on, so stay tuned. But sea otters could also just be mischief makers in a marine community. Perhaps they could become the holy animal of a god of mischief, which would be a very interesting role for them to fulfill. Okay, so those are the two sample animals of creatures that need to come up to breathe. But what about those that are water breathing? There are, of course, a myriad of these animals. The first one I want to talk about is the parrotfish. Sporting a rainbow of colors and equipped with a wicked beak, the parrotfish is like a living kaleidoscope, but it is critical to the reef's vitality. They graze on the algae-laden corals in a process that prevents the algae from choking the reef. With each munch, the parrotfish actually ingests bits of coral, and its digestive tract grinds the coral into fine sands, which it then deposits. And that helps create those white sand beaches associated with coral reefs. In fact, a single parrotfish can produce hundreds of pounds of white sand each year. In a fantasy world, if you have druids or something like that, I can see parrotfish becoming important to such a society as an animal that enhances the environment, both by creating those beaches and by maintaining the balance between the algae and the reef. And with a parrotfish's vibrant colors and transformative work in creating sand, they could easily become the symbols of renewal and cyclical balance, a very in-keeping thematic element of druidic orders. But of course, everything that eats has things that eat it, and there's always a bigger fish, in the words of Qui-Gon Jinn. The potato bass is a pretty formidable predator. Its mottled skin provides great camouflage, and it can strike with lightning speed to snag its prey. Now, the potato bass is a really cool fish, and the reason why it's in this video is because of this piece of footage where you can see this potato bass actually playing with us. He just really wanted to go to Fishy Spa and have everybody pet him. It was awesome. He was literally swimming into us. So that's why the potato bass are here, and they really are awesome. But they are, of course, not the only predator on the reef. There is also the moray eel, which winds through the nooks and crannies of the reef and launches its attacks from ambush. They use their second set of jaws, called phalangeal jaws, to grasp and pull prey into their gullets. Because if the jaws open wide and there's more jaws inside, it's a moray. Seriously, it's a remarkable adaptation that seems to be pulled straight from a creature feature. In the realm of fantasy, these hunters could be guardians of sacred treasure, or they could be keepers of underwater ruins. Or you can make that moray large and offer a serious threat to anybody who visits the reef. Now, it is a simple fact of life that everything needs to be clean. I have in a previous video spoken a great deal about cleaning stations underwater, so I'm not going to rehash everything I said there. You can check that video out over there in the information card. But I do want to just briefly talk about the importance of symbiosis, because that's something we'll talk about again when it comes to magic. So cleanish shrimps and wrasses have a symbiotic relationship with their fellow marine inhabitants. They set up these cleaning stations, and the other marine inhabitants come to have parasites and dead skin removed. Even creatures like the giant manta rays will patiently wait in line at a cleaning station and then come park themselves in the station to be cleaned. Without the cleaning crew, the reef would succumb to the perils of disease and parasites. Now, these cleaning stations could be used as a healing station in a fantasy world. Maybe these cleaning crew are natural magic users who heal things that they clean. And then you could even have people from the surface coming down to the cleaning station to visit these natural healers, which I think would be a really cool fantasy element. There are, of course, a myriad of other creatures. I haven't even spoken about the octopus, though I did talk about them extensively in another video, which I did on illusions. And then, of course, there are sharks, who are the apex predator. And if you've ever been on a reef when a great white appears, you immediately know it. Everything else on the reef disappears, and the Jaws music starts playing in your head, even though you know it's not actually interested in eating you. But we've got a lot of ground to cover. So let me just say that sea snakes would be great for some kind of association with assassins, for example, harvesting their poison as a deadly substance. Electric rays would be awesome for power generation or life detection, and kelp forests would be an amazing place to hide anything, since it's super easy to get turned around in there. Okay, so if you've enjoyed this quick take on fauna and flora in coral reefs, hit that thumbs up button, and let's turn to coral magic. I promised we would talk about symbiosis, and so we will. Consider the intricate relationship that defines the reef between coral and algae. In a similar vein, we can imagine a form of symbiotic magic where power is drawn from the bonds between creatures. This magic could manifest in partnerships, like a shark and its remoras, or the mutualistic relationship that forms in cleaning stations. In a fantasy realm, a mage or magical creature might form bonds with each other, each pair enhancing the magical abilities and power of the other. These alliances could be a central part of the magic system, where understanding and respect for each other are as crucial as the spells themselves. This would open up thematic storytelling devices, where you could tell stories about broken bonds, rejoining bonds, and the need for mutual support. But the coral reef is also a place of death, where the skeletal remains of corals form the foundation of new life. This cycle can inspire a form of necromantic magic, drawing power from death to create, shape, and transform. But here lies a moral dilemma. The temptation to abuse this power by causing premature death for magical gain. Such a magic system can introduce complex ethical questions. It can challenge characters to consider the consequences of their actions, weighing the need for magical power against the sanctity of life. And that can make for an amazing central conflict to an epic fantasy tale. The coral reef, with its myriad relationships and cycles and its extremely rich environment, is more than just an ecological marvel. It's an absolute treasure trove of magical possibilities. So think about those intricate connections that is formed on the coral reef. Think about its biodiversity. Think about the different elements that form it. Could it be a source for elemental magic? It lives underwater. It also touches the earth. There are creatures on it that transform the coral into sand. Could that be part of an elemental system? There are many aspects to the coral reef that you can build into a fantastical world to form the bedrock of your fantasy elements. And if you enjoyed that exploration of the magic of coral, hit that thumbs up button, and let's talk about cultures and societies that might exist on a coral reef. As with animals, we'll split societies into two. Those adapted to diving down and visiting the reef, and those who are not so adapted. In other words, the more classical humans or elves or whatnot. If you want my take on completely underwater societies, I have done a number of videos on underwater civilizations, and you can check those out in the playlist. Okay, Let's first talk about shapeshifters that are adapted to diving. And let's circle back to that sea otter. In our own folklore, there is the legend of selkies, which are creatures that can transform between human and otter, and they have the ability to live as a marine animal or as a human. That kind of shape-shifting ability opens up great narrative potential with themes of transformation, identity, and belonging. You could explore the struggle of living between two worlds, never fully belonging in either. This would be particularly suited to young adult novels where you have young shapeshifters coming of age and learning to navigate both the human and aquatic world. In modern fantasy, we see echoes of these themes in works like The Song of the Sea, where the protagonists grapple with their connection to the ocean. This kind of device also plays into themes of guardians of the reef, because these people live as sea creatures some of the time. As such, they might have extensive stewardship of the reef. So you could also play with themes around taking care of the natural world, where that could battle threats like pollution and overfishing and so on. The culture of these people would be well suited to rituals and traditions tied to the rhythms of the reef and, of course, the moon. You might have celebrations aligning with coral spawning events, and you would probably have myths around creatures of the deep teaching lessons of balance and harmony and the respect for nature. I could certainly see a green turtle god in a culture of such a society. But we'll talk a bit more about my general thoughts on religions that could arise in reef societies in the last section of this video. For now, let's leave the shape-changing otter be and talk about an amphibious civilization, fully adapted to live on both the reef and under the water. These amphibious beings, descendants of an aquatic ancestor, would possess unique psychological traits. They might have gills for underwater breathing that would seal when they come up, with webbed hands and feet for expert swimming. Perhaps even specialized eyes, adapted to the varying light conditions of the deep and sunlit lands. Or maybe they like the turtle, who have an immense lung capacity, and they basically hold their breaths under the ocean. I think that their home should ideally be built in environments like mangroves or other kinds of halfway environments, where they would have the water close at hand, even washing into the home during high tide, but it also has enough dry area for them to breathe freely and be safe. These amphibious people would probably have a deep connection to the sea, diving for pearls, fishing and harvesting coral, which all could be part of their routine. They probably trade with other species that are less adapted to marine life. They might even have domesticated some of the fish species, like the potato bass or the parrotfish, that they use as a food source or perhaps as a means to make some other products. These people would be a very interesting fantastical element, and they would open up some great themes. Again, they will open up the dual nature of living partially underwater and partially on land, and in that liminal space, you could play with a lot of themes of being caught between two worlds. You could also set up a situation where they have the demands of the land, perhaps requiring more and more trade, and you have the pressure that this is putting on the ocean. And so you can play with themes of progress versus stewardship in the same way that Tolkien did in The Lord of the Rings. So those are two examples of societies where they would live both on land and visit the ocean with adaptations. But what about societies that are like our world, that are societies that live on the reef but aren't specifically adapted to diving down to it? Now, I have already done a coastal societies video in general, which you can check out, but just as an overview, in a society where the reef is a cornerstone of the existence of the society, the reef could become woven into the fabric of the culture. They could have rituals and festivals centered around the reef, where you have myths that are told of the sea gods residing within the coral themselves. Or you could perhaps have festivals when the turtles come to lay their eggs. The society would move to the rhythm of the reef. And if their magic is dependent on the reef, their relationship to it will deepen even further. So it could become the source of mystical power, a place of learning and discovery. These societies, with their added dimension of magic, could transform the coral reef from a natural resource into a living, breathing entity at the mystical heart of their society. And if you enjoyed that discussion of societies that could exist around a reef, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about religion and legends. So, coral reefs in our world have already spawned a whole host of legends. If you think about all the pirate hideouts and the creatures of the deep and sea nymphs and sirens and so on, they all come from areas like coral reefs. But in a fantasy world, the reefs might actually be home to guardian creatures, mythical beings tasked with protecting these underwater paradises. Think of ancient guardians like sea nymphs or merfolks, entities that are part coral and part creature, embodying the essence of the reef. Their stories could be one of eternal vigilance against threats, both natural and supernatural. We've certainly got plenty of myths and legends in our world, so you should probably have a couple in yours, even if they are fake stories like our merfolk and just tales told around a campfire. From a religious aspect, for some, the reef itself could be a living embodiment of their deity. The reef could become what is, in some religions, the Mother Earth goddess figure. The reef could take that place and be that mother figure. Or you could have a pantheon of deities where you have different aspects of the reef, a god of the deep water, a goddess of the corals, a deity of the fish, and so on. Or you could also go with a more animism approach where every part of the reef has a spirit. So you've got a lot of options in terms of the central figure of your religion. Then, as I said, I do think that the rituals would follow the rhythm of the reef, with things like fertility rites happening when the coral spawns and so on. I also think the moon would be critically important in these kinds of religions because the moon controls the tide, and of course a coral reef environment, the tide has a great impact. So certainly consider the impact of the moon on your religious rites and the activities and cultural festivals of your people. By weaving in legends and mythical creatures and religions into your coral reef societies, you build a rich, multi-layered narrative. These stories can be things that your characters tell each other and that enhances your world, showing how these cultures live. Coral reefs, in their complex beauty and ecological diversity, are more than just backdrops. They can be living, breathing settings that can inspire stories and shape cultures and birth legends. When you're building a coral reef in your world, think about them as a source of magic and mystery. Can you use them in your magic system? What legends will spawn from them? What terrible creatures live down there? What themes do they feed in your world? And those are my thoughts on coral reefs in fantasy worlds. From havens for pirates to natural habitats for rare and wonderful animals, Islands are some of the most iconic parts of our world, and they can be the same for your world. So today, let's talk about how to design an island for your fantasy world. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. If you have not yet done so, please do hit the subscribe button down below. And if you want to join my community of world builders on Discord, there's a link to that down below as well. Okay, let's get cracking. Islands can come in all shapes and sizes, from small, can only support maybe one person, perhaps doesn't even have water, it's just a little sandbar in the middle of nowhere, to the size of Greenland. This being the case, your islands on a fantasy world can be equally diverse. So I'm not going to plunge into the absolute detail of every kind of island. What I aim to do today is to give you some guidelines to think about when you're coming up with your island. One of the first things that you need to consider is, how did your island form? Is it the result of an underwater volcano spraying up and creating new land with its ash? In that case, you're probably looking at some fairly unstable land if the volcano is still active. You're also looking at some rich land. Volcanic ash can be very fertile. A good example of this is the Galapagos Islands off the coast of Ecuador, which have got a fascinating array of wildlife. There are animals that survive there that survive nowhere else. The marine iguana is found nowhere else in the world because these islands were created by volcanoes. But because of the way that the current works, they are on the equator, so they're warm, but they have the Antarctic current coming up from the bottom, creating a much cooler climate, and this has resulted in a strange mixture of animals. Those same currents have brought animals to the islands, but because it is such an isolated island, those animals have become genetically isolate. And so they survive there in a way that we don't see anywhere else. And that is a great asset to a fantasy world builder. It means that if you have a strange animal or a strange plant and you need to put it somewhere special, find yourself an isolated island somewhere that's been created by a volcano, or perhaps as the result of an undersea mountain range that forms a series of islands or a single island, and put it there. On such an island, you can have dwarfs, so you can have animals that have been genetically selected for smallness. We have found within our own species remains of what looked like hobbits, small people that lived separately on an island. There have been islands where there have been genetically isolated elephants who have been selected for dwarf, for smallness. You can conversely also have islands that have been selected for giantism. So creatures that you have in your world already, but giant. But besides that, you can also put magical resources, magical plants on these islands that survive nowhere else because competition in other areas have destroyed them, have caused them to go extinct, have used up the resources. But here on these islands, they still survive. And that is a great asset to any fantasy world builder. So I spoke about the currents of the Galapagos Islands. And you need to think about that as well. What are the currents that are running to your island? Is it a case of cold currents running to your islands? What about warm currents running to your islands? Also, what have these currents brought? And how long will it be until they bring people? Will people ever find these islands? Or will it be that it's only when people really start putting effort into exploring the ocean that they'll find these places? The Polynesians found Easter Island and Hawaii, and they made the whole Polynesian triangle, but they didn't find the Galapagos Islands. That was only discovered way later due to their location and the way that the currents around them work. So give some thought to your currents and what they could bring to your islands. I did speak about volcanoes forming an island. You also need to consider how long ago that was. There are places on the Galapagos Island that look like a hellscape because the volcano sand is still reasonably fresh there. Then there's places that look like paradise because these islands are old and nature has grown over the scars left by the volcano. When an island is fresh up and a volcano has freshly pushed it up, it's going to look like it comes from somewhere on the moon. It will take time for nature to inhabit the island, for plants to be brought to the island via the wind and via the currents, and for it to slowly become more than just a wasteland. If you're going to have a human population on the island, you need to think about water, because they're going to need that, and you need to think about what they do for food. Do they fish out of the lagoon? Is there a massive run of migrating fish that go past the island once a year that your people go and hunt? Is it a case of they grow vegetables on the island itself, or do they get vegetables out of the sea in some way? Do they eat seaweed? What do they do for their food, and what does that diet look like? Also bear in mind that, like with your seafaring communities, the climate of your island is going to make a dramatic difference to what your community wears, where the majority of their life is, the kind of houses that they build. You're not going to see palm frond houses in an island in the Arctic Sea, and you're not going to see people wearing furs in an island in the Pacific Paradise. So think about the climate of your island and the ocean around it. And of course, if your island is an archipelago, is each island different? Are there wars between them? Do they work together? And archipelagos also allow you to explore things like having an adulthood ceremony where a child has to swim between two islands to become an adult, or has to sail to a specific point in the archipelago, participating in a race, and when they get there, they become adults. So you can really lean into that multiple islands when you're building your island community. And those are my thoughts on using islands in your fantasy world, how to build them, what to think about. I hope that you've enjoyed this episode of Just in Time Worlds. If you would like to support me in making more of these, please do check out my Ko-fi page or buy my book. And I will see you soon for another episode. A forest always seems to be a magical place, a place of wonder and delight, where adventures can happen. Maybe it's the way the light shines through the leaves, soft shadow patches flitting across the ground. Maybe it's the way the tree trunks rise to dizzying heights. Maybe it's the rustle of mice sneaking from tiny ponds and making their nests in grassy holes. Maybe it's just because we all have stories set in forests. But what are forests really like? Why do they exist? What kind of fauna and flora do you find in them? What do forests mean for your people and your magic in a fantasy world? Today, let's take a general look at forests in a fantasy world. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds. If you like this kind of video and you want to support me, there are links to my Ko-fi down below where you can do one-off donations or become a monthly member. Or you can buy my books available on Amazon.com, also in the link down below. Okay, let's get cracking. So a forest is a very complex ecological system where trees are your dominant life form. And it's very specific here, trees must be your dominant life form. They're one of the most efficient ecosystems in the world with an extremely high rate of photosynthesis. Forests develop when the temperature rises above 10 degrees Celsius, that's 50 degrees Fahrenheit, in the warmest months, and the area gets more rain than 200 millimeters or 8 inches per annum. So that's a very broad part, and that is why forests cover so much of Earth's biome. But there are obviously very different forests depending on which region of the planet you're on. So what different types of forests are there. Taiga or boreal forests are snow forests where you get mostly coniferous trees. So that's trees with needles instead of leaves, not generally broad-leafed trees. Also not generally trees that lose their leaves in winter, also called deciduous trees. Temperate forests have got a more or less continuous canopy of broad leaves, and they occur approximately between 25 and 50 degrees latitudes in both hemispheres. Tropical forests have got a closed canopy and grow within 20 degrees north and south of the equator. The temperature of tropical forests vary between 20 and 35 degrees Celsius. So you'll notice there that I spoke about canopy. Canopy is very important in a forest context. Forests exist vertically as well as horizontally in terms of differences in their biome. And the canopy is one of the most important things in how the forest lives. This canopy is formed by the leaves of the trees on their crowns as they close out the rest of the forest. Why is this canopy so important? So the first reason the canopy is so important is because of light interception. And this is determined by the number of layers in the canopy. The thicker your canopy, the more light it will intercept. The upper layers of your forest, closer to the crown, get more light, of course. The denser your canopy, the less light filters through to the forest floor. If you've got very little light filtering through to the forest floor, you actually get animals that are adapted to low light conditions that live on the forest floor. This is also why you don't get much grass or herbs in old forests, because the canopy reduces the light coming through so much that there is not enough for those kinds of plants to live in the forest environment. It's also why you get fungi so often in forests. The low light conditions suits their growing period very well. Canopy also provides a great deal of climate control. Basically, the worst parts of the climate, the heavy rains, strong winds and so on, all get caught up in the top part of the canopy, and it keeps the lower part, the closer to the forest floor, much more temperate in its climate zone. And this is what allows ungulates and other such animals to live very comfortably in the forest, even if there's a lot of continuous rain that comes down onto the leaves of the canopy top. The canopy also provides fertilization and the character of the soil in terms of the leaves that fall down onto the forest floor. That's why, for example, boreal forests have got such acidic content in their soil floor, because the pine needles that fall down are quite acidic in their content level. And of course, the deciduous leaves that drop their leaves every year provide a very rich fertilization for everything else that lives in the forest. They basically mulch the soil of the forest, providing rich soil for herbaceous flowering plants to grow in. Forest canopies also play an important part in rainfall. So the forest canopy actually holds a lot of the water that the tree absorbs, and it recirculates it back into the atmosphere through a process known as transpiration. It is estimated that roughly 1/3 of the rainfall in the Amazon forest is due to the forest canopy. So the forest canopy is really quite central to your forest, and you should bear that in mind when you're designing a forest in your fantasy world. Broad leaves that don't vanish annually will create a dense, shadowy environment in which creatures adapted to low light conditions will live, whereas broad leaves that are lost annually has a slightly different effect, as we'll see when we come to the specifics of temperate forests. But there's another differentiation factor with forests as well, and that is the age of the forest. So a forest goes through growth stages. All forests basically start with an open field. So there's an open field, and then there are hardy pioneer species that basically move into this open field. And by move in, I don't mean they deliberately choose to move in. I mean, they're carried there, and because they are such hardy species, they sprout in the field and they grow into trees and shrubs and so on. Now, bear in mind that everything that I spoke about the canopy, does not exist in an open field. It is not a temperate environment. There is no protection from the elements. You get direct sunlight on you all the time. And that's why these pioneer species need to be such a hardy species. So once the pioneer species have established themselves and they've started creating temperate zones around them, then you start getting the second growth of the forest, because now they're creating partial protection for the other plants to grow around them. And then you get bigger trees that start moving in that kind of grow under the protection of this pioneer species. And eventually you get a stable, established forest, also known as an old growth or old forest. Okay, so that's a very broad idea of what a forest is and the kind of growth stages they go through. If you enjoyed that overview of forests, hit the thumbs up button. Okay, let's talk about taiga or boreal forests. So these are the forests that grow in my backyard, right here in Finland. They are generally coniferous forests, which is to say cone-bearing needled leaves or scaled-leaved evergreen trees. These are trees like spruces and pines and larches and so on. There are some deciduous trees like the birch and the poplar. Finland's national tree is actually the silver birch tree, so we definitely do have some deciduous trees. But the dominant tree type is the coniferous tree. These needles of the coniferous tree are a specific adaptation to being cold, as is not losing their leaves. Putting out new leaves every year requires energy, and when your summer growing season is as short as it is up here in the north, it makes sense to conserve your energy and not waste it in growing new leaves every year. And that brings us to the climate type of taiga forests. Taiga forests typically grow in regions where the winter is long and very cold, with short days and a persistent snowpack. This is a photo of my garden during winter. And I live in the southern part of Finland. We have a snowpack of roughly a meter all winter long, no problem. Now, besides the trees, there are obviously other plants that grow in forests. So what other plants grow in the shade of coniferous trees? Predominantly, your secondary flora in taiga forests are shrubs, mosses, and some carnivorous plants. The reason for this is because the needles that fall from the trees make the soil very acidic, as I said, and that limits the plant life to those plants that can adapt to the acidic soil. Now, shrub types include things like the blueberry shrub, and blueberry picking is quite a pastime here in Finland during the summer months, and an activity we often participate in. There's also the lingonberry shrub that grows here in our forests, and lingonberries are of course made famous by IKEA for the sauce you put on your meatballs, but lingonberry sauce is also fantastic on reindeer. If you ever get your hands on reindeer, goes well with lingonberry sauce. Anyway, speaking of carnivorous things, the sundew plant also grows in the taiga forests. And the reason why the carnivorous plant works in the taiga peat bogs is because it can get the nutrients it needs from eating insects rather than being dependent on the very acidic soil. So there are some plants that grow in the coniferous forests, but the real champion of the taiga forests are your mosses, your fungi, and your lichens. So the peat moss is the primary component of peat, hence the name. It produces even more acid to go with the acidic needles, and that actually prevents bacteria from entering the peat bogs. And that is the reason why the plant materials in peat bogs decompose so very, very slowly. It's because bacteria can't live in this highly acidic environment created by the peat moss and the pine needles in conjunction, which has some interesting implications for your magic system in terms of a magic system based around preservation and slowing things down. I could see such a thing growing up around peat bogs, where you use peat bogs as a component to slow things down. And if you're slowing things down, I can see that having an impact on you maybe going into necromancy, which might explain why there are so many bog monsters and bog hags that come out of the peat bogs, and why it's typically a thing associated with necromancy. It might very well be because of this kind of preservation effect of the bacterialess water of peat bogs. And I thought that was a very interesting take on this moss. Now, there's another thing which is called a moss, but it's actually a lichen, which is reindeer moss. Now, first, a lichen is not a plant. It is a symbiotic mix between an algae and a fungi. Reindeer moss, this lichen, covers the ground of the taiga forests and even grows on the tundra up further north where you don't get trees anymore. It's a very, very important food source for reindeer and moose and so on. And then, of course, fungi are an absolute champion of the taiga forests, as they are of most forests. And I did a whole video on fungi, which you can check out after you've seen this one in the card of this video. So those are the other plants that share the forests with the taiga forest. But what about the animals of the taiga forest? So obviously winter is a huge problem, and most of the animals that live in the taiga forests are adapted to it and are mammals for that reason. Mammals are most well adapted to living in this kind of cold environment with their thick fur and blubber layers and so on. Often these animals do change their fur season to season, so the Arctic hare, for example, will in the winter get a white coat to blend in better with the snow, and then in summer it will change its coat back to being kind of brown to blend in better with the summer grasses. These animals also quite often have very, very big feet comparative to their size, so that they can walk better on the snow. An example of this is the lynx, which actually has quite giant murder mittens for its given size. Birds also live in the Arctic forests. However, many birds do migrate. They only come back in summer when insect life is plentiful, because insects predominantly die off, obviously, in winter. In summer, let me tell you, we have insects. The mosquitoes up here hunt in packs in summer. So there's plenty to eat all summer long. And then the warblers and finches and so on, they all migrate for the winter. Some birds don't migrate, like the owls. And owls actually have a very interesting thing where they will steal other birds' nests during the winter. So before those migratory birds return home, the owls will find a nest they like and just move in. And then, good luck to the bird whose nest that was last year in evicting the squatter. Of course, humans also live up here, though not many of us. And that's because logging and timber is a great resource. In fact, it is estimated that around 95% of Finland's productive forest types have been harvested at least once. Now, I will say that there is nothing wrong with harvesting your forests as long as you make sure that you kind of keep replacing them. You don't over-harvest, because what happens then is you stop having forest and you go back to open fields. And as we spoke about in the growth of forests, that means you need the hardy species to reestablish themselves, and you lose all of the biodiversity that a forest offers. But this is fantasy. So what does a taiga forest offer you as a fantasy world builder? Obviously, cold magic will be a thing up here. And I did speak about that during my video of extreme cold environments. Winter magic will be a thing. Monsters that use winter magic will be a thing. We also have a deep love for horror stories and kind of crime stories up here. our TV is full of these TV shows where like the village is, I don't know, 100 people and a dude gets murdered and the detective needs to solve the crime and so on. It's very funny. We have a complete obsession with murder up here. So think about kind of horror mystery style of monsters. Also, you're probably looking at a kind of shamanistic magic, a magic of people who live close to the land and spirits who are part of the land who are entreated to look after and protect the people. And if you enjoyed that discussion of taiga forest, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about temperate or deciduous forests. So these are trees that do lose their leaves in the winter, and they're generally oaks, elms, birches, maples, beeches, and aspens. They have broad leaves and they form this continuous canopy. Generally, these forests form in temperate climates that do have a winter season and have year-round precipitation. Because the canopy goes away in winter, you actually have quite strange behavior among the flora that share the forest with the trees. So in the early spring, before the canopy is fully formed again, the forest will have herbs and other flowering plants that grows there because there's enough light filtering through the new growth of the forest leaves. But in summer, once the canopy is fully established, those plants die due to the lack of light. So it's a very interesting cycle that exists in these forests because of the leaves going away and then reforming again. Speaking of plants that grow in such a forest, there's a plant called foxglove that is used to treat heart failure, but it is super poisonous. And that kind of plant, to me, speaks of a shamanistic component-based magic where you have, the medicinal values of foxglove, but at the same time, its hyper-dangerous qualities if prepared incorrectly or taken in too large a quantity. It's worth thinking about plants like that and what impact they would have on the culture of your people and the medical technology of your culture. And by medical technology, I don't mean our modern medical technology. I mean their use of medicinal plants available to them in their environment. These forests are very rich in life. You have a lot of reptiles and insects here. You have snakes. You've got these awesome little fire salamanders that you can see, they like this bright yellow patterning. But when they're actually born underwater, and they've got these amazing crested gills that stand out like this, that they breathe through when they're young. It's just so cute. They are, of course, poisonous, so don't touch their skin. Don't try and eat them. It won't end well for you. But they look very cool. You also get raccoons in forests. You get spiders. No comment. Spider monsters are very common in fantasy. You'll never see it in my world. I am very arachnophobic and I hate spiders. Moving on. There is also something you find in the forests of Germany, which is just the cutest, most adorable thing you've ever seen, which is a wild cat. And it's cute and adorable because it looks exactly like a house cat, except it's wild. So they're just adorable. Of course, humans often make their home inside of these forests. It is a rich environment in which to find food. You have building material right on hand in the shape of the trees themselves. You have a lot of water, you have a lot of flowing water, and flowing water can drive flour mills and it can drive the hammer mills of a smithy. So, as we spoke about previously in tidal videos and so on, water is a thing that can provide you with power, both for magic, if you want to go that way, or for normal industry through the use of the kinetic energy of the water flowing over a wheel. So because of this and because of the climate, forests make ideal settling environments for humans. And I would imagine that, like with our world, many of your cultures would have settled in a temperate forest. In terms of magic of a temperate forest, this is the place where druids shine. So all of the druidic lore and so on that you can find out of Europe, it all comes into play here. Gathering moss with a golden sickle under the silver moon, building special circles in which you perform rituals, entreating the spirits of the forests, being the law speakers, all of that lore becomes valuable in temperate forests. There's also an element of temperate forests which I haven't seen used in fantasy world, but which occurs to me could be very interesting to play with, and that is that falling leaves could become a component of sacrifice magic. I mean, the trees basically cut these leaves off and let them die in order to put out new growth. And it might be interesting to build a magical system where those falling leaves represent the trees sacrificing energy, which can be used by the magic users to power their spells through the trees giving up this life energy. It was just an interesting thought to play with in terms of a life sacrificial magic system. Of course, these kinds of forests are also ideal for things like fairies and the kind of monsters that come out of the fairy monstrous realm. So elves and gnomes and all of these things live in this type of forest. Everything which finds quiet, shady holes where it retreats into is a thing that can find a home in a forest. And if you enjoyed that discussion of temperate forests, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about tropical forests. Just before I get to tropical forests, I just briefly want to dive down a rabbit hole called elfin woodlands. Elfin woodlands is the coolest name for a thing that I've ever heard of. And what an elfin woodland actually is a stunted forest that grows at high elevations in tropical wet areas or temperate coastal areas. It is short, gnarled trees heavily draped with air plants, and its floor is cushioned by mosses and ferns. These forests are typically not very biodiverse. There's only a limited number of woody species and vertebrate animals compared to the surrounding forests at lower elevations. But they are super cool. They're not common, obviously, but they're super cool. So consider creating some elfin forest somewhere in your world, and maybe you can even have some real elves in there. Okay, back to tropical forests. Tropical forests are formed of broad-leaved trees that form a very, very dense upper canopy. Now, it doesn't always rain all year round. In Australia, for example, there is a dry season when there isn't as much rain and there is a tropical rainforest there. But I'm going to focus here on the typical tropical rainforest, which does get rain all year round. Now, I do want to say that we have catalogued the barest inch of tropical forest animals and plants. So we're still discovering new species. These forests are some of the richest, densest environments in the world. But here are the things that we do know about tropical rainforests. Flowering plants, especially flowering trees, are extremely common. There's an area of 23 hectares in Malaysia where 375 different tree species grow in just those 23 hectares. Tropical rainforests are therefore seldom dominated by a specific type of tree. Air plants are super common and can be found attached to the stems and sometimes even the leaves of larger plants. So they kind of like hang from other plants. Ferns, mosses, lichen and algae are very common, as is liverwort. Liverwort, by the way, is a small, non-vascular, spore-producing plant, and there's over 9,000 species of them. I didn't even know about this word until I actually started researching tropical forests. So there's a new species for you to use in your world if you also didn't know what liverworts were. And of course, tropical rainforests have fungi, so many fungi. Okay, so much for the flora of tropical rainforests. What about fauna? Well, spiders. Of course there are spiders, which is why I won't visit tropical rainforests. Have you seen the size of the spiders? Anyway, moving on to the rest of the animals. This is a ridiculously rich biome. I could spend a couple of videos literally just naming species that we found. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to skim over the animals that I find most fascinating about tropical rainforests. First, there is the blue morpho butterfly that actually lives in the canopy, and it has brown eye spots on its underside that trick predators into thinking that the butterfly is a bigger predator than they are, which I just find super cool, especially with like its very, very blue covering wings. Then there's the okapi that lives in Central Africa. This thing is so weird. I mean, look at that picture. It's the closest relative to the giraffe, and you have to love that face. Then there's the brown-throated tree sloth. So it can take up to a month to digest a single meal, and it moves so slowly that its fur takes on a green tinge from the algae growing on it. Then there's the capybara, which is the world's biggest rodent, and it can hold its breath for up to 5 minutes, which is just flat out amazing. And then there's the poison dart frog, which has got an extremely venomous skin, and in fact it is used to create poison darts with, hence the name, by the indigenous people of the forests where it lives. And of course one has to mention the green anaconda, which is the biggest snake in the world, clocking in at a massive 10 meters or 30 feet. Now, of course, humans do live in the tropical forests, but it tends to be more towards the edges rather than, say, in the center of the forest, because the center of the forests are fairly extreme environments. So much like your northern taiga forests, you're not going to get as many people willing to live, with the snakes and the spiders and the everything else that you find in the center of a tropical rainforest, especially with that thick canopy. So think about your people living on the edges of this tropical rainforest and expeditioning into the forest for the resources that they need, and then coming out with those resources to live in their village, which is more outside of the forest. In terms of magic of a tropical forest, really this is where I see component magic playing a deep, deep role. Because you have such an extremely rich biome, I can see this kind of environment being a component mage's paradise. You could get, a poison dart skin, as well as certain types of moss, as well as certain types of air plants, maybe some of those butterflies from the canopy. And all of that gathering of components then becomes a part of your magic system, and you then use those components to fuel your spells, combining them in new and different ways. I also think that this kind of tropical environment is a fantastic one for building extremely strange creatures that live in the depths of the forest and are rarely glimpsed and often only a matter of rumor. And the reason why it works so well for that is because it is hard to get into the forest, and when you are there, the chances of getting lost, turned around, or just plain not finding what you're looking for is extremely high. We thought the okapi was a myth. We thought it was extinct for years and years and years, but it still lived in the depths of the tropical rainforest in Central Africa. So you can go to town with your mysterious creatures in your tropical rainforests, and definitely worth thinking about component magic in such an environment. Sometimes the stories we want to tell is not about beating a person. Sometimes we want our protagonist to battle the environment itself. Now, I bet that your first thought in PvE battles is not grass, but that's where you're wrong. Grasslands cover around 30% of Earth's environment, and they are a fascinating biome to include in a fantasy world. Imagine the sun cresting over the horizon, its golden rays painting a canvas of endless grasslands. What if every waving blade of grass actually harbored ancient magic? Or what if the elephant walking over there was actually part of a mighty civilization? Or what if a lion jumps out from behind that tree and eats your face? That is what I want to talk about today, the Savanna grasslands and what it offers, the fantasy world builder. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Grasslands can be broadly divided into two categories: temperate grasslands, which we'll discuss another time, and savanna or tropical grasslands, the topic of today's video, which is brought to you by my epic fantasy series, The Sangwheel Chronicles. More about that at the end of the video. The most famous savanna is probably the African grasslands, and that is the inspiration for my research. So, without further ado, let's plunge into the savanna biome. And first up, we'll appropriately talk about grass. I grew up in Africa, and the thing that I remember most about grass is the length of it. I used to ride ponies when I was young, and the red grass would actually stroke across my feet where they dangled on either side of the pony. African grass is a different kind of thing from what you would think of when you think of grass, especially lawn grass. It is a hardy species that holds the land together, and savannas survive a pendulum swing between extreme weather conditions. One afternoon, drought can starve the land, but the next day, a torrential downpour can threaten to drown everything. Just before I left Africa, we'd been suffering a massive drought for 7 years, and it was incredibly dry. There was even fears that the tap water would run dry. Then, in the space of one afternoon, that drought broke. On that single afternoon, the catchment reservoir dam went from empty to sluice gates open all the way to the top. They say that it was raining an Olympic swimming pool worth of water per second into the dam. The highways of Johannesburg, where I was living at the time, went from cork dry to completely flooded. Cars were quite literally floating away. And that is not the only flood I experienced in Africa. In my childhood, I recollect a flood like that as well. We had a long drought, and then suddenly the rain just came down in buckets, in swimming pool bucket sizes. These extreme swings to me is very typical of Africa's weather, and savanna grass has to be able to survive that. But it's not just the torrential rains they have to survive. There is also fire. All those droughts that I talked about, grass fires start really easily in those conditions and will rip through the savanna in hours. And yet, many savanna grasses don't just survive this, they thrive on it. These grasses are pyrophytic, meaning they need those fires to clear out dead material and encourage new growth. The fire actually returns nutrients to the soil, and this could be a great fantasy element for a world builder. That kind of cycle leans into thematic components of rebirth, death after life, and even the passing down of magic through bloodlines from parents to children. You could bring in legendary creatures inspired by the phoenix, which is reborn from fire, and build that into your mythology and your fantastical elements and your magic system. So there's a lot of potential just in this cycle of fire and grass of the savannas. But there's more to grass than just being able to regrow. The roots of savanna grasses can dig deeper into the earth than the grass is tall, allowing it to tap into water sources far below the surface. And in a fantasy setting, these roots could be channels for underground magic streams, or it could be a means for grass to listen to the whispers of the world. It could hear the world through the earth and pass that wisdom up through its stem to those who have ears to hear it. And of course, grass prevents erosion with this root mass, and that can be a further property of magic where it holds the world together and provides stability that the mage can draw on. But it's not just below the soil that savanna grass has adapted for survival. It is also in their narrow leaves that reduce water loss and through a growth pattern called basal meristems, which is to say they grow from their base rather than their tips, allowing them to survive the grazing and trampling of the herbivores that live in the savanna. This reliance could tie into a magical barrier in your world where you could use the grass to build walls that regrow swiftly after an enemy's attack, or perhaps it could create living armor that heals itself, maybe with a particular vulnerability to fire. Last point on grass. Though we often picture a homogeneous sea of grass, the savanna actually boasts an impressive array of grass species, and each type has adapted to its microenvironment. There are some that grow low down and some that grow tall, and they are fed on by different animals, and they provide a different role in the overall environment. This creates a mosaic of life that is extremely rich in this keystone plant. In a fantasy world, each of these grasses could hold a different element of magic. Perhaps the mage needs to gather specific grasses in order to weave his spells. And with all of the species of grass available to you, you have a lot to draw on for a magic system. But grass isn't the only plant on the savanna. And so, if you've enjoyed the discussion of grass, hit that thumbs up button, and let's talk about the other flora that exists in this biome. While the rolling sea of grass defines the savanna, it's punctuated by some pretty amazing plants. Take the acacia, for example. These thorny sentinels are evolution's response to the constant threat of herbivory. Thorns are a plant's armor, a botanical barbed wire designed to protect vulnerable leaves and stems from the mouths of hungry grazers. In the realm of fantasy, these thorns could be a natural defense mechanism for sacred groves or enchanted territories, deterring unwelcome visitors from discovering the magic within them. You could weave them into testing ceremonies for young mages, requiring that they pass through the thorns without harm to prove their mastery. Or perhaps these trees could be a part of your religion, and the priests could prove that they have the favor of the gods by opening the pathways through the acacia to the sacred grove. Thorns are a great way to survive the savanna because they also reduce the plant's water requirement. But one plant has found a different way to survive, and that's the mighty baobab, the grand elder of the savanna. Baobabs have a distinctive look that makes them seem like they're planted upside down, with the roots reaching for the sky. This peculiar form has inspired many myths and tales in our world, and in a fantasy world where you have magic, these trees could be a portal between worlds. Their roots could be the anchoring fabric of different realms, and they could be a part of your planar system. And for my thoughts on how to create unseen realms and different planes, check out the information card. But the baobab's trunk is not just for show. It's actually designed to store water. It can store up to 14,000 liters, allowing it to endure those harsh droughts I talked about. These living reservoirs have got enormous potential in a fantasy world. The baobab could be a sacred tree holding the life of the tribe, or the water from the baobab could be a critical component for your magic system. Or you could even go long and build a civilization based on the trees themselves. They could direct the rest of the savanna around their requirements, providing the water other species need. I think that would be a very interesting civilization because the trees, being stationary, would not be an active civilization as our species is. For example, baobabs are pollinated by bats and bush babies, so they would need to create an environment that is conducive to bats and bush babies coming to them, which is a different approach from us, where we take ourselves to our environment and force it to give us food. Their civilization might be a more passive one, as opposed to the active civilizations animals tend to build. I think this would be a really interesting twist on a fantasy civilization. This is especially true because baobabs are extremely long living. They can live for thousands of years, much like the welwitschia plant, which I spoke about in a short, which you can check out in the information card. So, baobabs can stand as silent witnesses to the passing of ages, and their hollow trunks can hold histories and secrets. You could have the baobab be a fantastical element of your world that holds the memories of civilization and that shamans can interact with to learn the wisdom of ages. So, you've got some rich plant options on the savannah. But what about an active civilization? What about the animal life of the savannah? If you've enjoyed this plant discussion, hit that thumbs up button and let's talk about PvE, animal opponents. In 1898, as the British sought to lay down the iron tracks of progress across the Kenyan landscape, two lions emerged from the tall grasses of Tsavo, bringing the construction of the Ugandan railway to a terrifying halt. These were not ordinary lions. They were larger, almost maneless, and they hunted humans not for sport but for survival. Over 9 months, these silent hunters claimed over 130 lives, stalking the labor camps and dragging men from their tents, leaving a legacy that blurred the lines between myth and reality. The local workers named these lions the Ghost and the Darkness because of their uncanny ability to appear and vanish silently with their prey. And that's also what the movie depicting these events was called. In your world, such lions could be more than beasts. Perhaps they are guardians of the land, enacting nature's retribution. Or perhaps they are cursed entities bound to protect a sacred site. There is, of course, also the question of why these lions turned to preying on humans. Some theories suggest a shortage of their usual prey. Others point to the possibility of injury that made hunting wild game difficult. But for your narrative, this could introduce the concept of creatures adapting to an evolving world, maybe even an enchanted one, where the normal rules of nature have been altered by magic or by a curse. The story of these man-eaters has left a mark on Tsavo, turning them into legends. They have become symbols of the wilderness's untamable and unpredictable nature. In a fantasy setting, such creatures could be a source of folk tales, warning of greed and the perils of disturbing sacred lands. A warning to mages not to dig too deep, playing the same thematic role as Tolkien's Balrog does for the dwarves. This kind of story against a non-human, non-sentient kind of enemy allows you to tell stories that really lean into the enduring might of the human spirit and the ability to push through challenges. But maybe you don't want a human civilization, and maybe a tree civilization is a little bit too far out there. How about a civilization based on elephants? Elephants are already known for their strong social bonds and emotional depth, so they could easily form a society that cooperates with each other and thus grow to dominate their environment. Their famed memories could translate into a culture with rich oral traditions that spans generations. You could even tie this into the baobab tree's longevity and have the whole civilization built around memory and how the past creates the future. Even as it stands in our worlds, elephants are a keystone species, and they shape their environment by uprooting trees and creating waterholes. It wouldn't take much expansion to give them tool use. Those trunks are really close to hands already. And as a civilized species, they could be great terraformers, shaping the land to sustain their society and allies. Elephants communicate over long distances using infrasound in our world. You could expand this to a telepathic network, enabling instant communication across the savanna, perhaps even tying it into the grass roots of the savanna that we discussed earlier. So, I would argue if you're looking for a non-human species, skip the lion, leave them as a PvE opponent, and just make the elephant be a civilization. Before we move on from animals, I do want to talk about an often overlooked animal type, the insect. In the case of the savanna, a great insect for the fantasy world builder is the termite. Termites build towering mines that regulate temperature and humidity, an enormous feat of engineering. These mounds are rich in nutrients, making the soil around them fertile. This could be a form of natural alchemy, turning barren earth into life-giving ground. You could also lean into this as a power source for your magic system, where a druid lures termites to enrich the soil of the savanna and encourages new growth. And that will enable you to say the amazing words, "We must destroy his ant farm," which I think would just be glorious to unironically say. But the most interesting thing about termites, in my opinion, is that some species are fungal farmers. Now, I've spoken about zombie ants before, and check out that video on fungus in the information card. But that's not what's going on here. Certain termite species engage in fungi culture, where they cultivate specific fungus as their primary food source. These termites create fungal gardens within their nests, carefully tending their fungal crop. Now, for a fact, fungi are always fun in a fantasy world. And so these termites and their fungi can be in yours. This fungus could be critical to your magic system, but the mage has to maintain his termite farm so that the termites can maintain their fungal farm, giving you a double reason for stealing his ant farm. It's the little things, you know? And if you enjoyed that discussion of animals, hit that thumbs up button and let's talk about magic systems. We've already touched on many fantastical elements, but I'd like to explore two distinct potential magic systems that are intrinsically tied to the vast grasslands and help you explore certain thematic elements in that world. So the first magic system is the Whispering Wilds. In this system, magic is an intimate dialogue with the living savanna. The grass whispers secrets to those who listen, teaching them the language of the wild. Shamans and druids are the interpreters here, capable of understanding the murmurs of growth and the songs of the winds. They can invoke the grass for healing, camouflage, or to create illusions, their powers waxing and waning with the health of the land. Each blade of grass is a potential ally, ready to shield or to expose, a reflection of the savanna's ever-shifting moods. This magic system allows the character to draw on the environment and be supported by it. You could then tell a great story where the environment turns on the character and he is left bereft of power and must repair his connection with the land. This would lean into the might of the savanna as an environmental opponent, while still grounding the tale in magic that draws on the strength of the grasslands. What other themes do you think this magic system could support? Let me know in the comments below. The second magic system I call the Firebrand Covenant. Here, magic is born from the ashes of the savanna fires, a pact between the forces of destruction and the promise of renewal. Sorcerers draw their power from the scorched earth, channeling the fierce energy of fire into their spells. They can command flames that dance across the savanna, regrow burnt foliage in an instant, or invoke the smouldering spirit of rebirth to heal and restore. Theirs is a magic of stark contrast, devastation and creation, fear and awe, mirroring the duality of fire that both consumes and rejuvenates. This allows you to use the destruction of the savanna as a fearsome opponent, but also as a source of power, allowing you to play with themes of the balance between risk and reward. Do you think this will support any other themes? Let me know in the comments below. In both systems, the grasslands are not just a setting. They are a source of power, an active participant in the magic that flows through your world. The magic is as pervasive as the grass itself and as varied as the life it sustains. Whether whispering with the grass or drawing power from the cycle of fire, mages of the savanna must live in harmony with the land, their strength a direct reflection of the endless horizons and boundless skies. What do you think? What magic system would you build for a savanna biome? Let me know in the comments down below. And let's talk about your savanna. So, if you're building a savanna biome, here are the key components you need to remember. 1. Fire will be critical. The constant rebirth of the grasslands is a key feature of the environment. 2. It really is in the name. You're going to need to focus on grass as the keystone plant, but don't forget about the potential of trees like the baobab and the acacia. 3. The animals are all in a prey-predator cycle, and that gives you the opportunity to tell great PvE stories where humans get caught up in that same cycle. 4. Lean into the strengths of the savanna for your magic systems. Focus on fire, rebirth, and the interconnected nature of plants. From the vast open vistas, to the dunes that march forever on, to the heat that simmers in the horizon, to the icy, frigid cold of the polar deserts. Deserts are some of our most amazing environments. They are some of the environments that can create the most testing place for a character in a story. A place where the environment is trying to kill you. But how do you make a desert in a fantasy world? How can you use it in your plot? And why would you? And with what fauna and flora would you populate it? Today, I would like to talk about deserts in fantasy worlds. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. If you like this kind of topic and you'd like to support me making more of these, you can check out my Ko-fi page in the description down below, where I have membership tiers and one-off donations, or you can buy my books available on Amazon.com, links to my profile down below in the description. Okay, let's get cracking. First, what is a desert? The most common definition of a desert is that it is a place that sees less than 25 centimeters or 10 inches of rainfall per annum. So very little precipitation, free precipitation falling out of the sky. There are 4 types of desert, and they are generally formed by different factors. The first is your subtropical desert, which is formed between the latitudes of the equator. That's, for example, the Sahara Desert. They are generally your hottest deserts formed here in this tropical zone. Then you have semi-arid deserts. These are deserts like the Karoo in South Africa or the Outback in Australia. Now, these deserts are generally formed by a rain shadow. A rain shadow is when you have a mountain range that allows for rain clouds from the one side, generally the eastern side, to hit the mountain range and then precipitate on the eastern side. And then the western side of the mountain range exists in a rain shadow and doesn't get any of that rain coming over the mountain. Then you get coastal deserts. Coastal deserts are formed when you have a cold current running up the side of the continent. And that cold current doesn't allow for sufficient water to be taken into the air to form clouds, which can then fall down as precipitation. An example of this kind of desert is the Namib Desert in sub-Saharan Africa. And then lastly, you have the polar deserts. And yes, absolutely, you can have Arctic-style deserts. So these are typically deserts where the temperature drops to minus 50 Fahrenheit or minus 45 degrees Celsius, and they have salty, and heavy soils that are known to leach salt. This salt leaching ability makes the oceans that border on the polar desert extremely salty, because obviously the salt has been leached out of the soil and ejected into the sea. Due to this high salt content, waters around polar deserts often don't freeze, which is interesting given how extremely cold it is. Antarctica has one of these deserts, and it's obviously extremely inhospitable. Today, my focus is primarily going to be on sand deserts. So typically these are coastal deserts or semi-tropical deserts like the Namib or the Sahara Desert, and rather than the semi-arid deserts of, say, the Karoo or the Australian outback, or the polar deserts for that matter. If you'd like me to cover any of those deserts in some detail, let me know in the comments below. And let's crack on and talk about sand. Besides being rough and coarse, getting in anywhere, sand's actually pretty amazing. You can pour sand and it behaves somewhat like a liquid. Sand can be blown by the wind and behave somewhat like a gas, or it can pack together in dunes and behave like a solid. And that formation of dunes is the first thing we should talk about. Dunes form in ripple effects. The reason why they do that is because what happens is as the wind picks the sand up and the sand starts clumping together in little bundles, generally because they've hit some obstruction or there was a gust of wind at the wrong time, a crosswind or whatever, and a couple of clumps form together. Now these clumps attract other clumps, and so the ripple grows. And that's why dunes always have ripples as well, and why dunes go as they do in ripples. Now a dune consists out of the slope on the windward side, then the head of the dune, and that is at the angle of repose, which is between 30 and 35 degrees, and then you have the slip slope on the other side. The angle of repose is called this because it is the angle at which you can keep the sand stationary before it starts sliding down into an avalanche. If you go over the angle of repose, the sand starts slipping and it slips down the slip slope into the slack between the two dunes. There is a very interesting study, linked down below, to a study of Martian dunes. What this study showed is that gravity has no effect on the angle of repose, which is really interesting. If you're building a scientific world, bear in mind that your angle of repose is still likely to be 30 to 35 degrees, even if your world has got a higher or lower form of gravity. Regardless, dunes are actually some of your best fun in the desert. You can go sandboarding on dunes. If you have booming dunes, which is to say dunes that make a sound when sand slips over them, you can make music in the dunes that sounds kind of like a cello. The reason why you can do this is because the dune sands pack together quite tightly, and then the loose sands act like a bowstring sliding over them, and you get that booming sound that you typically get in the Gobi Desert sand dunes in China. Now that could also be a very interesting adaptation for your magic if your magic is musically based. You could use something like the dunes to create a sound far larger than what can come out of a human throat or a human instrument. And the size of that sound could potentially power a much larger magical effect. So if you do have a magic system that is based on music, it might be worth considering building a desert with booming sand dunes where mages can go if they want to make spectacular effects that will shake the known world. There is also one other very interesting effect of sand, and that is the phenomena of desert roses. Desert roses are formed when water evaporates from a shallow salt basin, mixing with a mineral structure there, like gypsum or barite. And these crystals form a circular array of flat plates that gives the resulting dried out structure its appearance to being similar to an actual rose structure. Gypsum roses usually have a better defined and sharper edge than barite roses. And they can appear either as a single rose-like bloom, or they can appear as a cluster of blooms, typically ranging from pea size to 4 inches, 10 centimeters in diameter. So you can have these incredible stone structures, this whole rose garden that has grown in places where water has fallen, drained away, and then left behind these stone roses. You can also have these stone roses have mystical or magical significance in your world. Like if you go and find a stone rose and give it to your lover, it means that your marriage will be as strong as rock. Or you could go find a rose like that and grind it up and give it to a sick person, and it will cure them of some disease. So there's a lot of mystical and magical elements that you can build into something like the desert roses. Of course, sand also is quite good to the animals who are adapted to the desert, and many of them have adapted specifically to work with sand. For example, the side-winding motion of snakes is actually a highly efficient moving ability when you apply it across the desert sands. Desert adders also have eyes on the top of their head, and they bury themselves in the sand so that only their eyes stick up, which is really unusual evolution for snakes. And this allows them to be these really potent ambush predators. They also have a super venom. They have an incredibly potent venom. And the reason why is because when you live in the desert, you can't afford a missed meal. You'll just die. So if they hit a prey animal, they have to kill it. So most creatures that live in the desert have actually evolved this super venom ability. Those who use venom obviously have evolved this super venom ability for that same reason. So when you're building your desert, bear in mind that it might very well have incredibly poisonous animals because they have to kill when they get the opportunity to take prey. Obviously, the snake has to live on something. The Sahara skink is an incredibly cool little lizard that can actually sort of swim through the desert sands. So it looks as though it's swimming on the desert sands, and that's what it's evolved to do in order to make its motion fast. This is an ability that I leaned into when I created my desert monster called the Yanari. So the Yanari looks like a blue spotted ray from our world, but it swims through the desert sand and it has eyes on top of its head, allowing it to observe the world around it. It also has an incredibly poisonous sting in its tail based on the super venom that is developed by the snakes of the desert. So you're not just restricted to saying take a snake or take a skink. You can, as I spoke about in hybridizing animals, combine different animals and different attributes in order to build the kind of desert monster that you would like to see in your deserts. Of course, one of the reasons why animals plunge down into the desert sands is to control the heat. And in fact, some of the adaptations that animals have evolved are truly phenomenal in this respect. There is a desert monitor that has got sensitive cells on the top of its head that actually allow it to measure the temperature around it and warn it to seek shade when it is growing too hot based on these super sensitive cells on its head. And speaking of detecting things, scorpions are of course one of your most common desert insects, and there are many, many types of them. Scorpions also glow under ultraviolet light. If you didn't know that, that's your factoid for today. And scorpions And one of the theories around this glow is that scorpions evolved this in order to detect ultraviolet light, allowing them to scuttle for shade. Because when scorpions exited the ocean all those many, many millions or billions of years ago, I'm not sure how long ago they came out of the ocean, evolutionary speaking, but when they did, ultraviolet light would have been a much bigger concern than it is now. And so they developed this ability to detect it. So it is a vestigial evolutionary effect. And isn't that cool? If you like learning about sand and some of the animals that live in it, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about how these animals get water. The most underrated source of water in the desert is fog and dew. There is a beetle in the Namib Desert called the darkling beetle that has got grooves on its skin, on its carapace, and the sea that borders the Namib Desert sends these fog banks onto land. This fog condensates against the beetle's carapace, and then it runs down these ridges, and the drops of condensate water is guided down into the beetle's mouth where it drinks. I thought that that was such a cool adaptation, and that you can use it in your world either magically or physically. So you could have desert people who have a magic that allows fog to condensate against them and runs that condensate water into a container. Or if you want to do it physically, you could have people have runnels tattooed into their skin, right? And then the water condensate could run down those tattoos and perhaps into some string where they can be squeezed into containers from there, which I think would be a fascinating water collection method. There are also rivers in the deserts, but these are generally ephemeral rivers. That is to say, rivers that only flow about 25% of the time. So they mostly only flow straight after the rains. The rest of the time, the water collects in deep aquifers that you have to dig down to in order to find them. So there are two ways in which ephemeral rivers can, of course, provide water. One is through its plants. You can have water-rich plants grow on the banks of an ephemeral river and have them have their roots go all the way down to the actual water. And then animals can gain that water by eating the leaves and stems of the plants that have, of course, taken the water from the ground. Or you can have animals that are specifically adapted to digging for water, or humans who dig for water. So elephants, as an example, can quite adaptedly dig for water, and desert elephants can provide water for many other animals by digging in ephemeral rivers with their tusks. And then, of course, one has to talk about oases. So oases are where those aquifers that I referred to before, which is basically just underground water, have been exposed to the surface world by, wind taking the sand covering away, or an earthquake or some other event that has allowed the water to bubble up to the surface. And so you have water in the middle of the desert. And that's typically where you have your palm tree growth or other plant growth, and where animals can come to drink water. One of the most gorgeous oases in our world is the Crescent Lake oasis in the Gobi Desert. And what makes it so utterly amazing is you have these dunes around it that are just completely lifeless. And then in the slack between these two dunes, there is this crescent-shaped lake and all of this greenery growing around it. As a traveler, as you came over that dune and looked down into the Gobi Desert traveling on the Silk Road, that must have been one of the sights that would bring you such relief in your journey. But oases aren't your only freestanding water in a desert. You also have wadis, or rocky pools. Now what happens here is the rain comes down, it gathers in these kind of shady rock pools, and it sticks around for a while in these rock pools. And typically here you can even have amphibian life like frogs. So these guys bury themselves in mud while there is water. Then the mud dries out when the water finally evaporates, And then the frogs basically go into the state of hibernation, and the next time there's rain, they then come alive again out of the state of hibernation. Now, as I said, these wadis generally form in rock-like formations. And of course, if you have enough rock and you have enough time, canyons can form. Of course, there is the Grand Canyon in the United States, but I personally have not visited that, whereas I have hiked the Fish River Canyon in Namibia. And it was an amazing experience. You're driving over these sand dunes and you arrive at the point where you climb down into the canyon. And once you reach the bottom, there's this flowing river with bushes growing on either side of it and kind of abundant plant life. What I want to highlight from the Fish River Canyon is that you can find mineral springs in a desert. So specifically in the Fish River, you have sulfur springs that are hot. Now, if you've been hiking 20 kilometers a day, carrying your backpack for 5 days, sleeping in a tent, when you hit those mineral springs, you do not care that it smells of rotten eggs. You just want to get in them. It is worth considering whether you have mineral springs in your world and what mystical significance people attach to them, especially in a desert environment. Think about people coming to a desert environment for healing, coming to bathe in the healing springs of the desert, especially given that they've got to walk through this incredible heat to reach it. It's like a trial that you endure in order to come to the healing springs, or a trial that you endure in order to come to the magical springs to unlock your full potential. I think that would form a very organic kind of endurance test combined with the springs unlocking some sort of potential or healing within the person who's bathing in them. And if you like that discussion of water in the desert, hit the thumbs up button. And let's go a little deeper into plants adapted for the desert conditions. There is a plant in the Namib called the Welwitschia, at least that's what Europeans call it. The Herero people call it the Onyanga. The Afrikaners call it the 2 leaves can't die plant. 2 blaar kan nie dood. And it can grow to be millennia old. And it only has 2 leaves. It doesn't look like it because the leaves are shredded apart by the oryx who graze on it and the other animals who eat from it. But those leaves never stop growing, and there are only 2 of them. And it is one of the hardiest plants in the world, given, of course, where it grows and the length of time it can be alive. There is one Welwitschia outside of Swakopmund that is 1,500 years old, which is just amazing. That kind of plant offers you, the world builder, the opportunity to build in some past magic as well as some plant-based magic. Maybe if you consume the heart of the Onyanga, you can live forever. Maybe if you touch the Onyanga's roots, you will see the past. You can really lean into the fact that this thing can survive for so long and make that a part of your slightly more plant-based magic system. Of course, the Welwitschia is not your only plant in desert environments. You also get ephemeral plants. Now, these are quite the opposite. They sprout within 3 days of getting rained on, and they germinate within 10 to 15 days after that, and then they're dead. So their whole life cycle is less than a month, and they typically flower. So the rain comes, it sprouts, it germinates, and it's done, just like that. And of course, you could lean into that for your magic system for something like a speed potion or an ingredient to understanding the fleeting nature of life. So those are your 2 extremes of living long and living short. But there is, of course, other plants in the desert as well. So one of the most interesting things about the Saharan desert is that in the massifs that kind of create little shelter spots, you can still find relic plants. These are plants that come from the time before, when the Sahara was not what it is today. And here you will find Mediterranean plants like olive trees and so on living in these sheltered massifs where the climate has not yet completely desertified. So you can have pockets of places that come from a time before desertification that contain the plants of the environment that used to exist before the desert. And then lastly, of course, there are succulents. Succulents are flowering perennial plants, and they can have fruits like the prickly pear, which is an amazingly sweet fruit. Most of them don't have leaves. Their leaves have become those sharp spines. And they actually do store up so much moisture that you can de-spine them and feed the stems to cattle during droughts in order to save the life of the cattle by rehydrating them through eating these plants. The flowers, of course, make them great for ornamental plants. If you're looking for a kind of ornamental plants that your courtiers can keep, and they can have their little rare cacti and flex with how pretty the blossoms are, etc. And famously, you can make tequila from it, so you can have booze from cactus. But some cacti are also hallucinogenic. So you can lean into that and have a shamanistic society where the shamans use hallucinogenic cacti in order to reach for the spirit world. You can also then have that lean into your magic system, of course. A mage could eat it and unleash the magic that is stored within the cacti along with the water. So if you enjoyed this discussion of plants in the desert, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about fauna. Now, as I already said, water is going to be your big concern here. Besides the darkling beetle with its ridges, a lizard in the Australian outback developed the same kind of technique where it has water that condensates on it and then it guides that water to its mouth. So definitely think about that. The sand grouse can carry water in its feathers. The feathers on its belly specifically are adapted to absorb water, and the male sand grouse will go off and find water. It will soak its belly in the water, and that will absorb the water into those feathers, and then it will take the water back to the nest where its chicks and mate then drink from those feathers. So it's also worth considering what people have that let them soak water in this manner, whether it's feathers or some kind of string. Maybe it's a cloth that they weave from a specific plant of the desert, like some sort of fibrous plant that really absorbs water and allows you to carry it over long distances, even without a container. Then, of course, you lose a lot of water through sweating and through peeing. So controlling that can also be a massive evolutionary benefit. The Dorcas gazelle, as an example, can concentrate its urine down to pellets, down to uric acid, and excrete it as these white pellets rather than having any liquid, and thus conserve the actual liquid that would otherwise be lost. Speaking of sweating, cooling down is a big deal. The fennec fox has these huge ears, which are very good for hearing things, but it also has a myriad of blood vessels in it. And those blood vessels exposed to the air allow it to let heat escape into the air and thus cool its body down. The Cape ground squirrel actually uses its tail as a parasol, so it runs around with its tail and makes shade for itself, which I think is an adaptation that all of us can get behind, like having a squirrel tail that you can use as a parasol would be amazing. So give those ideas some thought when you're building creatures for the desert. Of course, if you are talking about animals in the desert, there is one type of animal that you absolutely have to talk about, and that is the camel. There are two major kinds of camel, the Bactrian camel with 2 humps and the Dromedarian camel with 1. The hump is not filled with water. I don't know where that thing comes from. It is absolute arrant nonsense. The hump is filled with fat. Yes, the animal can use the fat reserves when there is drought in order to survive, but it is not water, it is fat. Okay. When the animal uses the fat reserves, the humps go down and can in fact either vanish or kind of flop to the sides. This storage of fat in one place actually allows them to remain cooler as well. It increases their ability to dissipate heat elsewhere because all the fat's concentrated here, so the rest of their body being fat-free, they can let the heat escape easier everywhere else. So it's also a heat control mechanism. Camels don't walk on their hooves. On each leg, weight is borne on the 2 large toes that are spread apart to keep the animal from sinking into the sand. So they kind of distribute their weight on their toes. Dromedarians have a soft, wide-spreading pad for walking on the sand, and Bactrian camels have a firmer kind of foot. Like the giraffes, they pace. So they move these two legs, then these two legs, then these two legs, then these two legs. That's their gait. In severe heat, a camel can survive for 4 to 7 days without drinking, but it can go for up to 10 months without drinking at all if it is not working and the plants that it forages contains enough moisture. So remember when I said about ephemeral rivers, if a camel can graze from plants around an ephemeral river, it can go for up to 10 months without taking a single sip of water. That is some elite water adaptation. Even salty water can be tolerated by a camel if it's not too salty. So a camel is super adapted for water management. Like the Dorcas gazelle, the camel can reduce its urine liquid down to 1/5 of its normal level of liquid and excrete more or less pure uric acid. Not quite to the extent the gazelle can, but still pretty impressive water management. It can also produce feces dry enough for camel herders to make fire with. So it can squeeze the liquid out of its feces as well and provide a means for its human companions to make fire with. It's covered in a fine woolly coat that also reduces the heat gain. And it can allow its body temperature to rise up to 41 degrees Celsius before it starts sweating. This animal is amazing. And it can form a central part of your desert culture. It can be a source of food. It can be a mount. It can be something that they race with as per the camel races of our world. Camels to a desert environment can be a true blessing if you want to lean into them and create yourself some camels for your world. And if you like the discussion of desert animals, hit the thumbs up button. And let's briefly touch on some more desert magic. So first, if your magic is kind of based on energy, you could draw from the heat of the desert. So you could have mages who go to the desert and draw from the heat and then use that to make magic. Or you could have mages create deserts because they draw on life, and by drawing on life, they basically take the life out of the soil, and thus they encourage desertification. So the more mages cast, the less the life on your planet and the larger the amount of desertification, which I think would be an interesting downside to magic. And I wonder whether mages would be severely restricted by most nations if this was something that they did. Of course, in a desert, certain kinds of magic would be incredibly useful. Cooling magic, shade magic, magic that creates water. All of these would be unbelievably useful. And naturally, you can also use deserts to kind of have these vision quests idea, places you go to in order to be tested, places that you go to in order to see the future or the past or connect yourself with the spirit world. But what do you think? How would you apply deserts and magic in a fantasy world? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, hit the thumbs up button and maybe check out my video on extreme cold conditions. Cold is a thing. It is a thing to go outside in Finland in winter. You wear multiple layers, starting with a wool layer and ending with an outside waterproof layer, both on your legs and on your body. You wear mittens rather than gloves because mittens are warmer than gloves. You make sure your shoes are big enough to allow for an air pocket around your feet. I recently read a story where the character went out in extreme weather, in what was described as Arctic weather. This character has no magic, they have no magical abilities. And yet, the only clothing that they put on to go into this Arctic weather was a coat. They put on a coat and walked out into the 2-meter snow. That's a dead character. Today, I want to talk about extreme elemental conditions, specifically extreme cold conditions. When I say extreme cold conditions, I mean anything from -40 to minus 10 Celsius. That's minus 40 to plus 50 Fahrenheit, if my calculations are correct. Now, I'm going to focus on Arctic conditions rather than Antarctic conditions because I am actually more familiar with Arctic conditions living as I do in Finland. When you are in a situation like this, where you are in this extreme cold conditions, it becomes a struggle against the elements for every step of the way. And that changes a lot about your culture. So today, let's take a look at how your physical world is affected by such extreme weather conditions and how your culture and people are affected, and finally, how your magic and fantastical creatures are affected. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. First, let's talk about some purely physical things. In extreme cold conditions, there are a couple of things that happen with your fauna and flora. Looking first towards your fauna, your animals. Animals will mostly be endothermic. Endothermic means they generate their own heat. They're like us, mammalian animals. If you have some kind of summer, you're likely to have some ectothermic animals, animals that require the sun to heat them up. So we do in Finland have snakes, but they obviously are dormant during the winter, or they migrate during the winter. The Arctic has a lot of migratory animals. You can see geese migrating quite often here in Finland and so on. Generating heat is not enough. You also have to prevent the heat escaping. Animals do this in a couple of means. Firstly, in cold climates, animals tend to be larger. That's why you had megafauna during the Ice Age period. Extreme colds make animals bigger. They make them physically bigger. There are also a couple of techniques that animals evolve in order to keep the heat inside them. They develop blubber, which is a thick layer of fat that prevents the heat from escaping from the organs. They develop fur. Reindeer fur, as an example, is so good at insulating the reindeer that snow that falls on top of a reindeer, it doesn't melt. You actually can see a reindeer walking along with a pile of snow on its rump because the snow doesn't melt even though it's landed on the reindeer. And of course, feathers is a great insulating mechanic. All animals in the Arctic will be well insulated using one or multiple of these techniques. All animals eat a high energy diet. Mostly they are carnivorous animals because meat delivers a higher content of energy. The food that the animals eat needs to be easy to digest. You cannot spend most of your energy digesting food. You need that energy to hit your bloodstream and generate heat as fast as possible. Some animals do huddle together for warmth, and some, of course, migrate. Plants go the opposite direction from animals. They become more stunted. So trees in the Arctic don't grow as tall as they do in the south. And their leaves won't be these broad leaves. Broad leaves lose heat. Trees in the Arctic have these needles. Those needles, by the way, make for good eating generally, or at least good drinking in a tea. Very flavoursome, and it makes you warm. If you have any kind of fruit in these conditions, they will mostly be berries, mostly smaller fruits. You're not going to see things like bananas, which have got big fruit. It's going to be small, compact fruits. In fact, if you take a banana into the winter conditions, it'll freeze solid because of the amount of water in it. Moss and lichen are our grass equivalent up here. You are unlikely to see proper grass. And lichen is one of the primary energy sources for the carnivorous animals, especially in winter, because they can push the snow aside to get to the lichen. Okay, so much for the fauna and flora. What about human survival? As I said in the opening sequence, you wear mittens rather than gloves. You make sure that there is an air gap between your boot and your foot. The reason why you do all of this is because you need the air that is trapped in your clothes to warm up from your body heat and provide an insulating layer between yourself and the outside. If you are outside in the snow, an axe is the difference between being alive and being dead. You needed to cut down spruce branches to build a shelter, to build a bed, to lift you up off the snow. You need an axe for firewood, and you are going to need a fire. You can only build an igloo if you have mushy snow, but you can build a shelter called a quincy out of powder snow. Don't touch metal. Don't cover your face. Your breath will condensate. That condensate can turn into ice on your skin. If you are doing work like setting up your camp, be aware that you can sweat. That sweat can turn into ice. That can be deadly. Melt snow, you are going to need a lot of drinking water. You can die from dehydration in the winter. You lose water to the cold. Don't sleep on snow. Make sure you build yourself a bed to sleep on. If you are moving through thick snows, you are going to need either snows or skis. And I'm not talking about downhill skis, I'm talking about cross-country skis. Preferably the wide cross-country skis, not, the little narrow ones. In my opinion, the wide cross-country skis are superior to snowshoes, and you can fight me in the comments if you differ from that opinion. Okay, so that's your basic human survival. If you want to know more about human survival, there's plenty of videos on YouTube about it. What impact does this kind of survival-orientated lifestyle have on your culture? Firstly, your culture is unlikely to be an economically focused culture. They're not going to be an exporting culture. They're going to be a culture that is mostly self-sufficient. They're probably a hunting culture of some sort, either hunting out of the sea or hunting across the tundra plains. The Sami, for example, have been reindeer herders for centuries. And they moved with the reindeer herds. Many of them, they were semi-nomadic, migrating with the reindeer around the Arctic Circle. Your festivals are likely to focus heavily on the middle of summer and the middle of winter. The reason for that is your light. Summer in Finland is amazing. There comes a period where the sun is up at 4 a.m. and it does not set until well past midnight. It is amazing. The converse is also true. There comes a period in the winter where it is dark. And if you go up beyond the Arctic Circle, there is a point where it is dark for longer than 24 hours. The sun literally does not rise. You celebrate midsummer because this is the highest point of life. This is the most glorious time. This is the time when you need to remember all of this because the dark is coming. And then you celebrate midwinter because this is the end of the dark. From here on out, it starts to get a little lighter every day until we reach that glorious high point of the 24-hour day. So your culture is likely to have celebrations, especially for those 2 days. Your religion is likely to be animistic focused. The reason for that is because the environment is so harsh, people naturally ascribe personality to it. They turn rocks and animals and trees into spirits that they worship as a coping mechanism because of the extreme conditions. You're also probably going to see a lot of shamanistic magic for the same reason. And politically, your primary political organization is probably going to be focused around the family and the extended family. In such a harsh environment, you don't gather together in large cities, and it's just not viable. And so, especially if you have a semi-nomadic culture, your whole organizational structure is built around the clan or the family and its extended units. You cannot overburden any specific area by overhunting or overfishing. You will literally kill yourself. And because of that, you need to spread out. And a spread out distributed government means that you have a spread out distributed political organization. Okay, so much for all the physical aspects. Let's talk a little bit of magic. Traditionally, drums, animism, shamanistic magic is typically associated with the Arctic Circle. The Disney movie Elsa brought the elements that Hans Christensen introduced, which is that of the Ice Queen, the elemental magic. Avatar: The Last Airbender also had the water magic guys, the water magic tribe, live at the two poles. Your elemental magic for water is often based around the ability to turn things to ice. Iceman from X-Men does the same kind of thing. Harry Dresden in the Dresden Files, in the later books, spoiler warning for Harry Dresden, skip on if you haven't gotten there yet. In the later books, Harry Dresden takes on the mantle of the Winter Knight. And there is this one amazing scene where he freezes his enemy and he then uses force to break them apart into different separate ice blocks. So you can use that kind of elemental freezing magic to literally freeze somebody and then shatter them apart in a really spectacular, grim death scene. So elemental magic clearly lends itself very nicely to your Arctic conditions, especially the element of water and, of course, ice. Let's talk about some magical animals. D&D has the frost dragon, which lol, because dragons should be cold-blooded creatures, so you have to jump through a lot of magical hoops to make that frost dragon work. But okay, it's got ice as its breath weapon, it's white, and it is fine with being in the cold. There are, of course, the frost giants from Norse mythology, also used in the Marvel universe. I don't know why so many of the ice creatures are evil. The others from Game of Thrones, which are, again, evil monsters. And, of course, the Ice Queen from Hans Christian Andersen, the White Witch from Narnia. So many evil creatures from the north. I wonder if they're trying to tell us something. Anyway, here's a couple of mythological creatures from the north that you might not know about. The Yeti, of course, the abominable snowman that everybody thought was real, is probably some variation of a polar bear that somebody saw. The Yuki-Oni, which is from the Far East, that calls blizzards down on people. The Mahaha, that tickles people to death. And this one is quite a stupid creature, so you can fool it quite easily by pushing it into running water, and it comes from the Inuit of North America. And then, of course, there are various winter fairies and winter trolls, and all of the Norse mythology that you can lay your hands on. So next time that you have characters in the Arctic cold in your campaign, or if you're looking to write about the Arctic cold in your campaign, bear in mind that cold means cold. The environment is trying to kill you. And factor that in to the culture that you create, to the world that you build, and how your characters react to that environment trying to kill them. I hope that you enjoyed this episode. Please do hit the like button if you did. It does help with the algorithm. Also, let me know if you want me to cover any other extreme elemental conditions in the comments down below. Thank you very much, and see you soon for another episode of Just in Time Worlds. If I say the word desert, I bet you think of dunes, sand, maybe a few scraggly bushes clinging to rocky soil. And heat, definitely heat. But that isn't the only kind of desert that exists in our world today. What I want to explore in today's episode is the importance of cold deserts in a fantasy world, and how you can use them to make your world's biomes richer and more challenging for the people or creatures who live in them. Welcome to another episode of Worldbuilding Biomes from Just in Time Worldbuilding with your host, Marie Mullaney. So, the first thing to establish is what exactly a cold desert actually is. Cold deserts, like the one in Antarctica or the one in the Arctic, and the high altitude regions such as the Tibetan Plateau, are defined by extremely low temperatures, minimal precipitation, and the precipitation that does fall is generally snow, and salty soils and extreme winds. Unlike hot deserts, their dryness comes from frozen water and atmospheric patterns, not heat. Life in these frozen deserts has evolved with stunning and sometimes pretty bizarre adaptations. We'll get into the life forms, both plant and animal, in a little bit. But first, let's make sure we understand the key characteristics of a cold desert. First, annual precipitation must be below 25 centimeters. And as I said, it's mostly snow. Second, temperatures often drop below minus 40 Celsius in winter. And that's actually also minus 40 in Fahrenheit, because minus 40 Celsius and minus 40 Fahrenheit are where the two temperature scales meet over a cold cup of coffee. Third, the soil of cold deserts is salty, nutrient poor, and often bound by permafrost, meaning the ground itself is permanently frozen. You're not digging into it without enormous effort, because even in summer, the ground stays frozen. The surface of a cold desert is usually ice, snow, gravel plains, and sometimes even bare rock. And light conditions in cold deserts generally fall under Arctic or Antarctic patterns. And that means that you get extreme polar day-night cycles. In winter, you can have 3 to 6 months of darkness, and in summer, 3 to 6 months of sunlight, depending on how far you are in the Arctic Circle or down in the Southern Circle. And let me tell you, as somebody who lives very far north in Finland, it is insane to have that much light and darkness. And it's really hard to grow anything in that kind of environment. Even here in in the relatively southern portion of the country where I live in southern Finland, we experience a very short growing season. And while our summers are glorious, I mean, look at it, just look at it, right? And I love being outside in the long summer days. In winter, we don't get enough light to grow an olive tree. An olive tree needs 6 hours of sunlight a day. And even on sunny winter days, we only get about 3 hours. And that's in the south. Okay, so light definitely has a huge impact on cold deserts. But let's talk about wind. Cold deserts, especially places like Antarctica, often experience katabatic winds. These are winds that can reach hurricane speeds. Katabatic winds happen when cold, dense air travels down from the mountains, rushing over the land and striking the ocean. This is caused by the extreme cold creating high pressure systems that drive the winds to blow at incredible speeds. And these fierce winds make conditions very poor for the formation of precipitation bearing clouds. Basically, the clouds get busted up and blown away before they can drop any snow or rain or anything else. Okay, so those are the key characteristics of a cold desert. And if you learned something new in this section, hit the thumbs up button. And let's dive into what kind of flora could and do live in the cold deserts. The flora or plant life of cold deserts is incredibly sparse and incredibly hardy. In Antarctica's fell fields and the Arctic tundra, vascular plants are super rare or even completely absent. Instead, their place is taken by cryptogams, non-vascular plants like mosses, lichens, and algae. These plants have some really specific and pretty remarkable adaptations that allow them to survive in this very hostile environment. So first, let's talk about the problem with the light and how these plants actually survive going into the polar night where they might not see sunlight for months. Plants in cold desert conditions have photoinhibition resistance. So, during the long dark winter, these organisms are exposed to extreme cold and total darkness, followed by sudden intense light when the polar spring arrives. And because of that, they've developed a resistance to photoinhibition, which allows them to restart photosynthesis very effectively when the light returns without damaging their cellular machinery. They've also developed the ability to go into metabolic shutdown or dormancy. Many mosses and lichens go into complete dormancy during the polar night. They stop photosynthesizing, they halt their metabolism, and they essentially pause their life processes. This lets them endure without the energy inputs that plants in sunnier regions rely on. Another key adaptation is high desiccation tolerance. Mosses and lichens and similar organisms can dry out or desiccate completely and still remain viable for months or even years. When light, water, and warmth return, they rehydrate and reactivate. This is similar to desert plants that we've talked about before in my video on hot deserts, which you can check out in the information card. But here, it's not drought causing the desiccation. It's freezing that pushes these plants into dormancy. Now, here's a fascinating thing that I did not know until I started researching cold deserts. Some species of flora produce sugar alcohols or specialized proteins that act like antifreeze, preventing ice crystals from forming inside their cells. This is a pretty key survival mechanism during the brutal winters because they literally keep the ice out, flowing antifreeze through their insides. But when summer returns, you do also need to consider the effect of those very long summer days in terms of light. Both Arctic and Antarctic lichens have specialized pigments like carotenoids and peritin that not only help with photosynthesis but also act as UV screens. After months of darkness, the sudden return of extreme ultraviolet radiation during the spring melt can be deadly. But these pigments shield the cells from harm. Another important aspect of flora surviving the harsh, cold desert environment is microclimates. Microclimates are formed in rock crevices, little sheltered microhabitats where the temperature is more stable. Even a very small crevice can offer protection. Snow can insulate it from the cold, and winds don't plunge directly into the crevice. And in these tiny spaces, relict plants and mosses can survive while the open ground is completely uninhabitable. There's also something amazing called endolithic life. Some algae and cyanobacteria live literally inside rocks, especially translucent rocks like quartz, which let in enough light for photosynthesis while protecting the flora from UV, wind, and extreme temperature swings. Another form of life, which I'm covering here under flora, is bacteria and archaea, which live under the ice. Many bacteria and archaea thrive under the Antarctic ice sheets, permafrost, and salty soils. These are called psychrophiles or cold-loving organisms. They have enzymes and membrane structures specifically adapted to function at sub-zero temperatures. Their cellular machinery remains flexible, not rigid, even in the extreme cold. These microbes often live in tiny little brine pockets within the ice, where salt depresses the freezing point, and this creates little liquid environments that they can continue to survive in. They continue very low-level metabolic activity even when the surface conditions are lethal to other forms of life. And the last type of life I want to highlight in the flora world is how in harsh environment microbes can form biofilms, sticky communities that trap nutrients, retain moisture, and provide communal protection against environmental stresses, including radiation and salinity. They literally band together so more of them can survive by creating this biofilm of microbes. Okay, so that's all the kind of flora, but why is any of this fascinating to you as a fantasy world builder? Well, even if you don't want to go exploring the cold deserts of your world, there are things you can draw from this. You can have mosses that store energy or information across centuries, maybe as a resource for your magic system. Or you can have a microbial ecosystem under a frozen ocean supporting some kind of ancient entity or spirit. Or think about that endolithic life thing that I mentioned. Tiny organisms living inside rocks. Think if that was some kind of sentient life form that had developed the capacity to communicate beyond the rock they inhabit. Or what if they were able to even move the rock, like they can wear the rock like armor and just stride through life, these little endolithic pieces of life living inside quartz and, walking across the landscape. I find that incredibly intriguing. It would be super freaking cool. So, in general, the flora in a cold desert is really weird, and that gives us lots of great ideas to build general flora with, but also it gives us a great starting point for building the flora of a cold desert in our fantasy world. Before we launch into the fauna, give me a second to invite you to sign up for my newsletter. It comes out 4 times a year, and it's not just a summary of all the videos I publish. It contains my deeper thoughts on world building, answers to questions that you ask, and updates on my own work, as well as summaries of interesting videos that I've made or that I've watched. So if you want more world building, and to make sure that you have contact with me outside of the YouTube platform, sign up on the link down below. Alrighty, onward with cold desert fauna. The animals that exist north and south in the cold deserts are quite different in some ways. In the south, in the Antarctic, we famously have penguins like the Adélie and the emperor penguin. They have dense, overlapping feathers coated in oil for waterproofing and insulation. Emperor penguins huddle together in giant shifting groups, which reduces heat loss by up to 50% by this behavior of huddling. More on that later. The male emperor penguin incubates the eggs the female produces by holding the eggs on his feet and covering it with a flap of his belly, which I think is just such a cool incubation method. Like you literally carry the eggs, on your feet and cover them. It's awesome. Anyway, other Antarctic life includes seals such as the Weddell, the Ross, and leopard seals, and they rely on their thick blubber for insulation and can hold their breaths for long periods while diving under the ice to hunt for food. And then, of course, you have all of the more oceanic life, like orcas, which can hunt penguins on the ice and seals in the water or on land, as long as they're reasonably near the edge. And krill, which are tiny shrimp-like crustaceans that form the base of the Antarctic Ocean food chain. Despite the frigid conditions, krill survive under the sea ice by feeding on the algae. And remember that we spoke about the algae that live there. So the krill serve as the main food source for penguins, seals, and even some whales. And then, of course, other whales eat those larger predators, and so on and so forth in your typical food chain. I did do a video on how to use food chains if you want to check that out in the information card. So, a lot of life in the Antarctic has evolved not just for the cold land, or in fact often not for the land at all, but to partially or fully live in the water like orcas or seals. By contrast, in the Arctic, we have polar bears as the top predators, hunting seals on the sea ice. Polar bear fur is hollow and translucent. It's not actually white. This structure helps trap heat while their skin, which is black, absorbs solar warmth. Arctic foxes have thick insulating fur and compact rounded bodies with short ears and muzzles to minimize the surface area exposed to the cold. And also up here in the north, you have lemmings, small rodents that live under the snow in winter, feeding on vegetation and forming an important food source for predators like snowy owls and foxes. And no, lemmings do not follow each other off a cliff. That is pure freaking fiction that Disney made up. Now, there are types of life that are shared between both the Arctic and the Antarctic, particularly arthropods. In the Antarctic, you have springtails and mites that survive by entering a state of supercooling, where their body fluids stay liquid below freezing thanks to antifreeze proteins in their blood. They also avoid ice nucleators, tiny particles that trigger freezing inside the body. In the Arctic, you find insects like beetles, flies, and mosquitoes that accumulate glycerol and other chiroprotectants in their tissues, lowering the freezing point of their bodily fluids. These adaptations let them survive winter in a dormant, freeze-tolerant, or freeze-avoidant state. Fun fact, up here where I am, we have no mosquitoes in winter. But sadly, they all come roaring back like a giant buzzing pack in summer. Into all life, some rain must fall. Anyway, let's talk about those key adaptations in polar animals that they have evolved for these cold desert conditions. First is like we spoke about the antifreeze proteins. Just like in plants, these are found in fish, insects, and some microorganisms. Antifreeze proteins bind to small ice crystals in the blood, preventing them from growing and damaging cells. This allows animals like the Antarctic ice fish to survive in waters below the freezing point of pure water. Then we have the famous fat reserves and blubber. Marine animals like seals and waves have thick blubber layers that provide both insulation and stored energy, helping them survive fasting periods when there is very little food, for example during molting or breeding seasons when they stay on the ice or when food is scarce due to the season. Then you also have what is known as Bergmann's rules and Allen's rule. Bergmann's rule states that larger, more compact bodies conserve heat better in cold regions because of the lower surface to area volume. Basically, being thick is good for you in the cold. And then Allen's rule says that shorter extremities, ears, tails, limbs, and so on, reduce heat loss in cold climates. And this is why the Arctic fox is a great example. Small ears, short snout, compact shape, perfect for the Arctic desert. Okay, then there is behavioral adaptations. Remember when we spoke about the emperor penguin and I said that they huddle together and that reduces their heat loss? Well, that is a behavioral strategy. They maximize their warmth by sharing it. Lemmings and Arctic ground squirrels burrow under the snow, creating insulated tunnels. And then you also get seasonal migration in this category. Arctic terns travel from the Arctic to the Antarctic every year. The longest migration of any animal, about 70,000 kilometers in their migration to and fro. And caribou and reindeer also migrate seasonally, moving south when the environment becomes too harsh and food too scarce. So those are all your behavioral adaptations. And then finally, there's marine adaptations. The Southern Ocean around Antarctica stays liquid despite the freezing air temperatures, thanks to its very high salt content. And this is an important thing to understand about water and ocean freezing. Over here where I live, the Baltic Sea freezes solid in winter, solid enough that you can walk on it, you can ski on it, you can even haul granite blocks across it to Estonia, which is what they used to do in the Middle Ages. But that's because the Baltic has a relatively low salt content. In contrast, the Southern Ocean's high salinity keeps it liquid, allowing fish like the Antarctic toothfish and, of course, marine mammals like orcas to survive. Okay, So, what can you do with all of this information about these animals in your fantasy world? You could design a race of creatures adapted to super cool their blood, making them nearly impossible to kill with cold magic. They could be highly resistant to elemental attacks. Or you could create a magic system inspired by the antifreeze proteins, where mages can lock or unlock biological stasis and stay in suspended animation for centuries and then come back to life, extending what they can see in their life for perhaps hundreds or thousands of years. You could adapt some of the behaviors, like penguin huddling, to a fantasy race that doesn't just huddle for warmth, but also generates magical power when they cluster together. Maybe the group's collective energy can be channeled by a central mage, allowing them to heal, power a city, or unleash a massive magical effect. Okay, so that's the fauna of a cold desert. Now, let's just talk pure environment and ecosystem for a few minutes. So first, you should know that there are in fact subglacial rivers, aquifers, and lakes that exist beneath the ice. For example, Lake Vostok in Antarctica is one of the world's largest subglacial lakes. It lies under 4 kilometers of ice, and it's been isolated for over 1 million years and may harbor unique microbial life adapted to total darkness, crushing pressure, and very nutrient limited conditions. Now, imagine in a fantasy world you had such a lake buried under 4 kilometers of ice. What could you put there? What kind of spirit can you trap in the ice? What kind of world ending monster lurks below? Do you have Cthulhu itself buried below the ice? Can you tell I'm an epic fantasy author? I'm an epic fantasy author. I would put Cthulhu down there. Let me know in the comments what you would hide in the ice if you had such a lake in your world. But besides the lakes and deep ice, there could be other purely environmental things that you should consider about building a cold desert environment. First, let's go back to lights briefly and talk about polar lights or auroras. These are going to be extremely common in any cold desert setting and they'll be visible during the winter stages, but they will be active even in summer, even if people can't see them. And throughout the long winter nights, you will often see aurora simmering across the sky. And the aurora is such an interesting element to include in a magic system. It could be a pathway people travel through, like the Bifrost of Norse mythology. It could be a bridge to other realms. It could be a source of magical power, allowing mages to absorb the energy of magnetic spheres. Or maybe you leverage it as a lifeline for certain plants or animals, helping them survive despite the lack of sunlight. It's also worth thinking about what the actual landscape looks like. The Antarctic dry valleys, for example, are drier than the Atacama Desert because of the katabatic winds. There are even ice-free areas in the Antarctic desert, carved and shaped by those same winds, creating alien deathscapes where life survives only in tiny sheltered microhabitats. It's a stark, brutal environment to try and survive in. So, when you're building a cold desert biome in your fantasy world, remember this is the kind of place where you either have tiny, fragile scraps of life clinging to the world in hidden crevices, or you have life so thick, dense, and hyper adapted that it can only survive here and nowhere else. And its behavior, its culture, or maybe even its magic could be completely unlike anything else found in your world.
And that wraps up our exploration of the cold desert. If you enjoyed this video, hit the thumbs up button and leave a comment down below.
Mountains loom pretty large in fantasy. They're the spines of continents, the bones of the world. Sometimes they're characters, sometimes they're opponents, sometimes they're part of the magic system. But before you can use mountains in your world building and in your story, it helps to understand what they are and how they got here, both in the real world and in fantasy. And that's what I want to talk about today, mountains and how to use them. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time World Building with your host, Marie Mullaney. Do you like my use of my screen over here? This is an image drawn for my video about world building like George R.R. Martin. It is from Poppy Seeds, who is on TikTok. I'll leave a link to her down below so you can check out their work and so on TikTok. And if you would like to have a featured spot here and to draw images that I use, like that I display here and mention, then please join my Discord server and I will be asking for thumbnail images or art like this to show here. And thank you very much to Poppy Seeds, as I said, link down below. Let's kick things off with how mountains actually form and the different types you can have in your world. There's a lot to cover here, so to keep things manageable, we're going to break it down into sections. First up, we'll talk about plate tectonics and the two major types of mountains it can create. Then we'll look at another two ways mountains can form, even on worlds without plate tectonics. So stick around for that. But before we dive in, if you could give this video a like, I'd really appreciate it. It helps feed the algorithm gods and keeps the channel growing. First, let's just make sure we're on the same plate about what plate tectonics is. The surface of the Earth isn't a single solid shell. It's broken into these massive slabs or crusts called tectonic plates, and they're all very slowly drifting around on top of the molten mantle like pieces of a cracked shell on an egg. Now, when you have two of these plates grind into each other, especially when both are continental crusts, you get a process called crustal shortening. Basically, the plates crumple and thicken, pushing the land upward, just like a rug bunching up when it's shoved against a wall. This creates what's known as fold mountains, massive ranges like the Himalayas, which were formed when the Indian subcontinent smacked into the Eurasian plate. This process is called uplift, and it's what gives us some of the tallest peaks on Earth. In fact, Mount Everest, currently the tallest above sea level mountain, was born this way, and it's still growing. At least it's sort of growing. And I say it's sort of growing, because here's the thing, I was last week old when I learned. Mountains can't just keep growing forever. Gravity eventually throws a tantrum and cuts them down to size. See, the taller a mountain gets, the heavier it becomes, and that weight pushes down on the crust beneath it, causing it to sag. Think back to that eggshell, right? It's like the shell is denting into the meat. And if it dents too much, the weight can overpower the tectonic forces pushing the mountain upward. Then the uplift stops as the pieces of the crust keep pushing together, and the pressure leads to shortening and thickening under lower peaks instead, which often causes the slopes on either side of the central peak to rise. So when mountains can't grow upward anymore, they tend to expand outward. But gravity isn't the only limit on mountains. The constant work of erosion, wind, rain, ice, and especially glaciers also grind away at the mountain's flanks and summits. Geologists even have a name for this icy haircut.
They call it the glacial buzzsaw, which is honestly just based. It's the idea that once a mountain rises high enough for permanent ice and glaciers to form, that ice starts to carve it back down faster than tectonic forces can push it up. It's like a magical ceiling made of slow, grinding ice. So, between the sheer mass of the mountains themselves and the relentless effects of erosion, Earth's peaks tend to top out around the same height, about 1,500 meters above the snow line for most ranges, with Everest sitting near the upper limit. Okay, so that's fold mountains caused by plate tectonics and their height limit. But I promised you another tectonic one, so let's crack on. And tectonic mountain number 2 is volcanoes. Unlike the slow grind of fold mountains, volcanic mountains are built from the floor up, formed when molten rock or magma escapes from beneath the Earth's crust and erupts onto the surface. Every eruption piles up a bit more rock, layer by layer, until you've got a fully fledged volcanic mountain. It's kind of like Earth as a teenager, volcanoes are zits, and Earth doesn't wash its face. I mean, that's a bit grim, but volcanic mountains do tend to be real pretty, so maybe Earth's zits works differently from ours. The most famous example is probably Mauna Kea, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, in Hawaii. It's actually taller than Everest if you measure it from its base on the seafloor to its peak, but most of its height is underwater, so Everest gets the glory. Volcanic mountains form in a couple of different tectonic scenarios. One common one is subduction zones, where the oceanic plate gets pushed underneath a continental plate. As the subducted plate sinks into the mantle, it melts, and the resulting magma rises up, eventually erupting to form a mountain. That's how you get fiery ranges in fold mountains like the Andes. But here's a fun bit. Not all volcanoes need a plate boundary. Some volcanic mountains form over something called a mantle plume, a sort of hotspot of rising magma deep within the Earth. When the plume punches through the crust, it creates a volcano, even if it's in the middle of a tectonic plate. That's how the Hawaiian Islands formed. But tectonic plates don't stand still, as we've discussed. Over millions of years, they drift, and when a plate moves off the plume, the volcano stops receiving magma and goes dormant. Meanwhile, a new volcano starts forming over the hotspot. It's like a slow-moving lava conveyor belt, leaving a trail of volcanic islands, or mountains, behind it. And just like with uplifted mountains, volcanic peaks eventually do reach a point where gravity and erosion start to win. As the mountain gets taller, its weight presses down the crust and causes it to sag. Mauna Kea and its neighbor Mauna Loa have actually depressed the seafloor beneath them by several kilometers. That's a lot of mass to carry around. But volcanoes do have a cheat code: speed. Their eruptions can build up mountains faster than erosion can tear them down, at least for a while. It's a bit of a race between geological forces, but eventually erosion wins. Okay, so that's tectonic mountain number 2, volcanoes, born of fire, powered by deep earth pressure, and often tracking the quiet march of time through moving plates and long-cooled magma trails. Now, let's look at a different kind of mountain, where Earth blows bubbles. Most mountains are made by either smashing plates together or spewing lava skyward, but not all of them. Some mountains rise without any plate collisions or volcanic activity at all. For example, the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York. Hope I got that one right. At first glance, they look like your standard old range of mountains. Rugged peaks, ancient rocks, forested slopes, all the normal features. But geologically, they're a bit of an oddball. These mountains weren't formed by tectonic collisions or magma from a hotspot. In fact, the rock that makes up the Adirondacks is over 1 billion years old, but the mountains themselves are only about 5 million years old. So how in the heck did that happen? It turns out that the Adirondacks are part of a geological uplift dome, meaning the crust beneath them is literally bubbling up from below, like Earth decided to puff out a slow-motion souffle. Everyone loves souffle. There's no subduction zone, no active volcano. Instead, scientists think the uplift is caused by a combination of heat and buoyant material deep inside the mantle. Roughly 100 kilometers beneath the surface, there's a layer of light, low-density rock. That material is slowly rising through the denser mantle and pushing the crust upward as it goes. Another theory is that the heat itself is causing the crust to expand and lift, helping to form those dome-shaped mountains. And it's not just a one-time thing. The Adirondacks are still rising today at a rate of 2 to 3 millimeters per year. Doesn't sound like much, but over time it adds up. What's especially fascinating is how this new mountain range is made up of old rocks. The tops of the Adirondacks are made of I picked a whole lot of words here. The tops of the Adirondacks are made of anorthosite. Some chemist is having a heart attack. Anorthosite, a rare igneous rock that forms deep underground. And, fun fact, it's the same kind of rock found on the lunar highlands. So yeah, the Adirondacks are made out of moon rocks, kinda. Over millions of years, erosion has stripped away the softest surface layers, revealing the ancient rock beneath. It's like mountain upcycling. Take some ancient core, give it a gentle push upwards, and voila, you have a brand new peak. So if your fantasy world doesn't have plate tectonics, or you just want a mountain range that feels weird or magical, this kind of mantle-driven uplift is a great alternative. You can have ancient mountains reawaken, continents with slowly inflating domes, or highlands that just quietly rise. Heck, some of it can even be magical. But we're not quite done yet, because mountains can also come from the stars. When a rock from space slams into a planet at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour, it tends to leave a mark we call the impact crater. Now, when you hear crater, you probably picture a hole in the ground, and you're not wrong. But big impacts don't just dig craters. They also make mountains through a process called central uplift. What happens is the force of the collision is so intense that the crust behaves like liquid for just a moment. The ground at the impact site collapses under the pressure and then rebounds upward, splashing back in solid rock, like a drop of water shooting to the sky when you throw a rock into a quiet pool. But because it is rock, that rebound freezes in place and becomes a peak or a peak ring in the center of the crater. So yeah, sometimes a mountain is actually the aftershock of cosmic violence. Hurt stars make hurt planets. We have a few of these central uplifts here on Earth, though erosion has often hidden or worn them down over time. But on other planets and moons, these things are everywhere. Take Rhea Silva, a mountain inside a giant impact crater on the asteroid Vesta. It stands over 22 kilometers high, almost 3 times the height of Everest, and the asteroid's only 500 kilometers wide. It is absurdly tall. Or look at Mercury, where a massive impact crater formed the Calorus Basin. On the exact opposite side of the planet, the antipode, the seismic shock waves converged and deformed the crust, creating a strange rumpled mountain range. The mountain formed on the other side of the planet due to the impact of an asteroid. Now, how does all this help your world building? Well, If you want a mountain range that feels dramatic and alien, or if you're designing a world scarred by ancient divine wars or asteroid strikes, impact-generated peaks give you a visual and narrative tool that says, something terrible happened here. It's not just a mountain, it's a memory. A wizard could have smashed a hole in there. You could build an entire culture around a crater peak with myths about fire from the sky, gods of judgment, or a sealed evil slumbering beneath the mountain roots. So next time you're placing your fantasy range, remember, not all mountains rise because of planet zits. Some are forged in fire. Others are the scars of ancient violence, written in stone. Before we dive into the fantasy mountains and how to use them in your actual stories, let me just sneak in a quick plug for my epic fantasy series, Sangwil Chronicles. The series is complete and available everywhere, including audiobooks. It's gotten some really lovely reviews from people other than my sister, I promise. And I've got great feedback on the world building in particular. So if you'd like to see what kind of world I've built, complete with some very dramatic terrain, check out Sangwil Chronicles today. Alrighty, so we've covered how mountains form, whether from grinding plates, fire from below, uplifted rock, or a really bad day with an asteroid. Now, let's talk about what mountains can do in your story. Because in fantasy, a mountain is never just a chunk of rock. It's a challenge, a protector, a threat, a mystery, a power. So let's get into it. Mountains aren't just terrain. They're narrative tools. You can use them to shape the flow of your story, to isolate regions, to create danger, to build mystery, or quite literally to raise the stakes. Let's look at a few classic roles mountains can play in fantasy. First, mountains are fantastic natural walls. They divide countries, cultures, and climates. On one side, you might have green valleys and temperate forests. On the other, a harsh desert shaped by the rain shadow. These divisions are perfect for keeping civilizations apart until a dramatic crossing occurs, creating unique highlands or valley or desert cultures, serving as the border to the forbidden land, enemy territory, or the wilderness beyond. I use my mountain range in Kisangi in this way. The arm of the gods, yes, singular arm, yes, plural gods, creates a barrier on the continent that resulted in very different cultures forming that were only joined in prehistory by the spread of the threesome religion when the Salt Pass opened. In your world building, a mountain range can justify why two kingdoms don't get along, or why a particular region remained undiscovered for centuries. Geography creates politics, and mountains are one of the biggest pieces of geography you can have access to. However, sometimes a mountain isn't just in the way, it is actively fighting back. Let's talk about Tolkien's Caradhras. Caradhras is a mountain in the Fellowship of the Ring. And when the Fellowship tries to cross it, it actively tries to kill them. The wind howls, the snow buries them, avalanches block their path. And while Tolkien doesn't quite come out and say the mountain is alive, it's definitely not friendly. Yeah, Jackson made it that it was Saruman doing this, but in the books, it is just Caradhras being that unfriendly. This isn't just about the weather. This is about the world resisting the characters, showing that even the land is aligned against them. The failed attempt to cross Caradhras drives the Fellowship into the depths of Moiria, under the mountain, and a very different kind of danger. So here, the mountain serves two narrative purposes. It's an antagonistic force, and it creates a story decision: go under or go back. That's the kind of landscape storytelling that adds texture and tension to your plot. But sometimes mountains don't just challenge characters physically, they become spiritual trials, tests of will, or gateways to ancient power. A perfect example of this comes from Tamora Pierce's Lioness Rampant. In the final installment of the Song of the Lioness Quartet, Alana must travel beyond the borders of Tortal, across war-torn lands, and into the icy heights of the Roof of the World. Her goal is to retrieve the Dominion Jewel, a legendary artifact of power guarded by a mountain elemental. The journey itself is brutal. The pass is blocked by blizzards, and the elemental guardian, Chitral, is not about to hand over the jewel for free. Alana has to climb alone, battling the cold, the terrain, and Chitral himself, who takes the form of a massive magical mountain ape. She's wounded, half frozen, and ultimately defeated. But her courage impresses Chitral, who gives her the jewel. This is classic mythic mountain storytelling. The mountain as gatekeeper to divine or magical knowledge that you overcome with strength of spirit, not strength of arms. This is the kind of trial that strips the hero to the core and shows us what it means to be strong inside. And importantly, the magic of the place is tied to the mountain itself. This isn't the power you find in a library, court of wizards. It's not something you can walk away from. It's primal, it's ancient, and it's rooted in the land. This kind of mountain isn't just tall, it's sacred, it's dangerous, and it's an embodiment of those deep forces of the world. So when you're building your own fantasy setting, don't just think of mountains as background scenery. Think of them as mythic stages. Your character doesn't just climb a mountain, they confront it. They might come down changed, or not come down at all. Before we go on to magic, let's just briefly cover two important elements of mountains that I've touched on: people who live on and under them. Now, we often think of mountains as unwelcoming. Steep slopes, thin air, freezing temperatures, all of the bad things. But people do live there, and they do thrive. And that gives us, as storytellers, all kinds of world-building opportunities. Take the Sherpa, for example. These are people who live way up in the Himalayas, around 4,000 meters above sea level. That's high enough to make most of us dizzy just walking across a room. But the Sherpa have adapted over generations. Their lungs are bigger, their blood handles oxygen better, and they've built a culture that's deeply spiritual and community-focused. You know them for guiding people up Everest, but they're not just mountaineers, they're mountain people. Or head over to South America, where the Aymara and the Quechua have lived in the Andes for thousands of years. They've carved entire farms into the side of the mountains, building terraces to control water and protect their crops from the wind. Their mountains aren't just landforms, they're gods, the Apis, powerful spirits that protect and punish, depending on how you treat them. And then there are the Amhara in the Ethiopian highlands who took things a step further and carved entire churches out of rock. These people didn't just build on mountains, they built with them. The mountain was part of their architecture, their defense, their identity. So, what does that mean for your fantasy world? It means highland civilizations don't have to be primitive goat herders on wind-blown peaks, and they don't all have to speak Scottish. They can be deeply spiritual, culturally distinct, technologically adapted to their environment. Maybe they speak a different dialect from valley folk. Maybe they have a unique magical tradition tied to the stars or the thin air or the sacred heights. Maybe they trade in rare mountain herbs, or their proximity to the heavens gives them divine visions. And maybe magic only works properly at a certain altitude. So suddenly those mountaintop cities become vital to the functioning of the fantasy elements of your world. Okay, so that's life on top. Now let's flip it down. Because while some people climb mountains, others dig into them. So let's talk about dwarves first. Now, dwarves get a bit of a trope treatment most of the time. They have underground halls, gruff voices, often Scottish, I don't know why, big beards, axes and ale, and all that. And sure, that works. But you can do so much more with a subterranean culture. Now, I did do a whole series on that, and you can check that out in the information card if you're building a subterranean system. And with that, let's move on from people and talk about how mountains can interact with your magic system. Mountains aren't just giant lumps of rock. They're massive engines of energy, and that energy can be incredibly useful in fantasy world building. So let's start with this. As mountains move, specifically as the tectonic plates beneath them shift, this can release enormous amounts of energy. I mean, that's what earthquakes are, right? That's what drives volcanoes. It's the raw, seething power of the earth interacting. So, what if magic draws from that same energy? In a world like that, mages might deliberately seek out the most tectonically unstable places to live, right along fault lines and above magma chambers, because those areas are brimming with magical potential. Maybe casting spells drains that tectonic energy just a little. Maybe that's how mages keep earthquakes at bay, by using the magic before the earth can shake it loose. You could even have volcanism reduced in areas of a lot of magical activity, because the energy is being siphoned away before it ever reaches the eruption stage. Or you could go elemental with your magic system. Volcanoes are a natural touch point for that kind of system, because they're one of those places where all four classical elements meet. You've got fire from the magma, earth from the crust, potentially water if there's a lake or steam interacting with a caledra, and of course air swirling through the storm systems that often form around volcanic peaks. So, what if the key to unlocking a fifth element in your magic system is being in a volcano? Maybe only there can someone access the raw potential of whatever your fifth element is, be it spirit, or time, or ether, or chaos, whatever fits your world. The volcano then becomes this natural nexus, a place of enormous magical risk and reward. Now, on the rule of cool, one of the more dramatic things you could do is you could give mages the ability to control tectonic forces. But I would caution you to be very careful with that. If mages can cause earthquakes, real ones, and they can shift continental plates, and they can cause mountains to rise up, that has consequences. If one person can just crack open a city by throwing a tantrum, you have to ask, why don't they rule the world? Why haven't they already ruled the world? If magic can do that, you need very strict limits around it. Whether it's rare, unstable, kills the caster, requires massive ritual, something to keep it from breaking your world. That said, a toned-down version could be perfect for a subterranean civilization. Maybe dwarves or deep-dwelling mages can control minor tectonic forces, adjusting faults, stabilizing caverns, or tapping heat from magma flows without triggering quakes. That would make them not just miners and craftsmen, but earth shapers, literally holding up their mountain cities with spells and rituals. And then there's the spiritual side of mountains, which we've touched on, but you can go deeper in fantasy. There's a long tradition in mythology of mountains being closer to the divine. Olympus for the Greeks, the Tower of Babel trying to reach the heavens, sacred peaks that house gods, monasteries, or prophets. So if your world includes magic tied to the divine or prophecy, it makes sense that elevation might matter. Maybe your world seers can only achieve visions when they climb high enough to see the stars clearly. Maybe the thin air of the upper peaks carries whispers of the future. Maybe proximity to the celestial realm enhances a caster's power or clarity. You could have a prophetic order that lives only on mountaintops, or mages that must ascend for a vision and then descend again bearing what they saw. Height can be a mystical amplifier. The closer you are to the heavens, the stronger your magic, or the weirder it gets. So, whether you're dealing with the raw physical power of the planet or the quiet sacred mysteries of the sky, mountains offer a deep well of magical potential. You just have to make sure it fits your world and your mountain ranges. So whether your mountains rise from crashing plates, bubbling plumes, or a god's forgotten temper tantrum, they're more than just terrain. They're engines of magic, markers of culture, and monumental story beats. And if you can use them right, they can shape everything from your plot to your pantheon. Drop me a comment down below about a mountain range in your world. A map is an amazing thing for a fantasy world. You can tell so much about the lands just by looking at it. Mountain ranges, rivers, forests, deserts, coastlines, the political boundaries of the world, magical items, incredible geography. And it's often the first thing you see, right there in the front of the book. But from a world builder's perspective, a map can also be a trap. Why? Well, most readers assume that physics and geology work the same way in your world as they do in ours, unless you tell them otherwise. So, when they look at your map and they spot something that breaks the rules of geology, they'll assume it's magical or fantastical. But what if it's not? What if you just made a mistake? Then the very first thing they encounter in your world is a map that doesn't quite make sense. And that can break their immersion before they've even reached the first chapter. How do you prevent that? Easy. Make sure your map follows all of the rules, except where you intentionally break them for magical or narrative reasons. But you need to know those rules to break them. So today, let's explore the 9 facts you must know about geography to create a realistic map. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. So let's start with a big one. Plate tectonics matter. Plate tectonics is all about how large sections of the Earth's crust move and interact. They're constantly shifting, and over millions of years they form mountain ranges, valleys, and other major landforms. Understanding plate tectonics is one of the most critical aspects of world building, because it explains why your mountains are where they are, why continents look the way they do, and even why your world has earthquakes and volcanoes. Given its importance, let's spend a few moments understanding the basics of how plate tectonics actually works. Plate tectonics is like a big jigsaw puzzle made up of huge pieces of the Earth's outer shell called plates. These plates are constantly moving very, very slowly. Sometimes they push against each other, sometimes they slide past each other, and sometimes they pull apart. When they push together, they can form mountains like the Himalayas as the Earth is pushed upwards. This can, of course, also cause earthquakes. When they pull apart, They create volcanoes or new land masses, like the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, as the Earth is pulled apart and magma wells up. Over millions of years, this movement shapes the land, creating valleys, islands, and even entire continents. Think of the Earth's crust as a cracked eggshell, where each piece is slowly moving on this conveyor belt, and the shape of the world is very, very slowly changing as the pieces of egg crust interact. Without plate tectonics in your world, it would be flat and pretty boring. So what you want to do when you're designing your world is you want to go down to that bottom layer of the plate tectonics and sketch out your plates and how they move, in which direction. It doesn't have to be pretty. No reader is going to see your tectonic map. All you want is a very basic sketch to help understand the forces that shape your world, creating valleys and mountains and land. And don't forget, you can use these tectonic forces in fantasy as well. It's your world. You can do all kinds of crazy stuff. For example, in the Tamuli series by David Eddings, The Bell Home, a powerful magical artifact was used to raise a cliff by manipulating tectonic forces. That kind of powerful change could leave your characters dealing with massive earthquakes and aftershocks for decades. And it shows how magic can interact with the fundamental forces of your geographic and geological shapes in a fantasy setting. So, make sure you understand how the eggshell of your world is cracked. And let's move on to fact number 2. Water flows downhill. This might seem self-evident that water flows downhill, but it's more important than it looks at first glance. Rivers are vital to cultures throughout history. Think of how many ancient civilizations thrived along rivers, like Egypt on the Nile, or Mesopotamia between the Tigris and Euphrates. Rivers mean transportation, water, irrigation, resources, and food, all of which are essential for settlements to grow into civilizations. But rivers don't just pop up anywhere. They follow the contours of the land, which are shaped by plate tectonics and erosion. Knowing where rivers naturally form on your map and where they flow to can help you figure out where your most important cities and cultures are likely to develop. Let's take an example. China's Yellow River, often called the cradle of Chinese civilization, starts high up in the mountains of Tibet and snakes through the northern parts of China. Its constant flooding due to the buildup of sediment, hence the yellow color, created incredibly fertile land. This was perfect for growing crops like millet, which was a staple food of early Chinese settlements. However, this same flooding also caused destruction. The river would often change course dramatically over time, forcing entire communities to adapt. This led to the development of sophisticated irrigation and flood control systems as early as 4000 BCE, which played a massive role in the growth of Chinese civilization and bureaucracy. The challenges and rewards of living near the Yellow River helped shape the resilient, centralized bureaucratic systems that would become the hallmark of China's imperial history. So, the physical shape of the river, combined with its flooding cycles, directly impacted where people lived, how they farmed, and how they organized their society. And that is something to keep in mind when placing rivers in your world and dotting your settlements beside them. A great example of how rivers influence culture, even pre-agriculture in fantasy, is from the Earth Children's series by Jane M. Auel. John Lar, one of the main characters, travels along the Mother River, meeting different people and cultures all the way along the river. And all of these people harvest food and other resources from the river long before the permanent settlement of agricultural societies. The river is a lifeline and a roadmap for his journey, and it connects the vast pre-agricultural world. Because of course it is much easier to follow a river downstream than upstream, because water flows downhill and people have been building rafts since they figured out that wood floats. So consider the flow of your rivers and where that would place settlements that grow into cities in your world. And let's move on to 3. Climate zones matter. One of the key factors in determining a region's climate is its latitude, how far north or south it is from the equator. As a general rule, areas closer to the equator tend to be warmer, while areas near the poles are colder. But why? Why is this true? It's basically all about the sunlight. Near the equator, the sun's rays hit Earth directly, meaning more energy is concentrated in a smaller area. And that is why equatorial regions are warm and often tropical, and when it's excessively hot, tend towards desert. As you move towards the poles, the Earth curves and the sun's rays spread out over a larger area. This means less heat is absorbed, which makes the poles much colder. On top of that, polar regions tend to have ice and snow, which reflect the sunlight instead of absorbing it, making these areas even colder. So, when designing your world's climates, it's useful to think about where your equator and poles are. If you have a standard spherical planet like ours, areas near the equator should be hotter with jungles, deserts, or tropical rainforests, while regions near the poles should be colder with tundra, glaciers, or frozen wastelands. But now remember, you don't have to stick to Earth's exact rules. You can absolutely tweak these dynamics for storytelling purposes or fantasy purposes. For example, in a fantasy world, maybe your equator is magically cold, or perhaps your poles are warmed by an enchanted sun that shines beneath the pole. Or perhaps there's underground volcanic activity at your poles. You could also introduce magical phenomena like floating icebergs in a tropical sea or scorching deserts near the poles, as long as there's a reason within your world's physics. And that's the secret to all these rules. You need to know them so you can break them on purpose and by design rather than by accident. However, if you're keeping it realistic, remember that latitude affects climate, and that impacts where different cultures, animals, and plants will thrive. You can create compelling contrasts between tropical, temperate, and polar regions to give your world richness and diversity. And if you need specific inspiration for the kinds of environments that would exist at different latitudes and potential biomes that would exist there, check out my playlist on world building specific biomes in the information card. Alrighty, that was 3 down, 6 to go. If you're enjoying the video so far, go ahead and give it a thumbs up while we discuss number 4, wind and ocean currents influence weather. Wind and ocean currents are huge players in the world's weather patterns. Ocean currents can carry warm or cold water over long distances, which affects the climate of coastal regions. For example, a warm current might make a northern coastline much milder than its latitude suggests, while a cold current could create colder, harsher conditions near the equator. Also, winds pick up moisture from the oceans, primarily warm oceans, and carry it across the continents, delivering rainfall to some areas while leaving others dry and arid. This interaction between wind and water helps shape where deserts, forests, and fertile plains will be in your world. And we will talk more about that phenomena in a little bit, but first, don't forget about tides. Tides are primarily driven by the gravitational pull of the moon, and they affect everything from fishing to trade and coastal ecosystems. If your world has multiple moons, the tidal forces could be much more dramatic than ours, leading to stronger currents or even unpredictable tidal surges. And if you want to explore the idea between multiple moons and how they can influence geography, magic, and culture, be sure to check out my earlier video on multiple moons and their impact on fantasy world building in the information cards. But let's get back to deserts. Have you ever noticed in our world that deserts tend to be on the west coast of continents? There are a couple of reasons for that, including the cold ocean currents of like the Humboldt current along the west coast of South America, the California current along the west coast of North America, and the Benguela current along the west coast of Africa. These cold currents cool the air above them, reducing the ability to hold moisture. So remember when I said the wind picks up? It doesn't pick up from these cold air. As a result, when this cool, dry air moves inland, because it hasn't picked up moisture, this creates arid conditions. Now, we've got this cool air going over the land. But as the air warms when it moves over land, it further absorbs moisture. But since there's very little to absorb over the land, the area remains dry, contributing to the desert conditions. So basically, these cold ocean currents that seem to run on the west coast all the time cause that strip of land right next to them to be a desert because the flow of wind over them doesn't pick up moisture from them and then flows over the land and sucks even more moisture out of the land, and there just isn't rain. But that is not the only reason why deserts form. You can also get deserts because of rain shadows. So let's talk about rain shadows next. Mountains don't just look cool on a map. They have a massive impact on the climate and the cultures living around them. One of the most important ways mountains affect the environment is by creating rain shadows. So here's how that works. When moisture blows in from the ocean, it hits the mountain range and is forced upward. As the air rises, it cools, and this cooling causes the moisture to condense and fall as rain or snow. That's why the windward side of a mountain range is often lush and green with forests or fertile farmlands, thanks to the steady rainfall of the warm ocean air bringing moisture to the land. But by the time the air crosses over the mountain to the leeward side, most of that moisture is gone. This leaves the land dry, creating desert-like conditions in the shadow of the mountains. And this is exactly why deserts like the Atacama in South America, which is one of the driest places on Earth, can exist so close to a coastal region. In my world of Sangwheel Chronicles, I've drawn on the natural phenomena of both the cold current and the rain shadows to create a desert culture living in the rain shadow of a massive mountain range called the Arm of the Gods. Yes, a single arm for multiple gods. It's my world. I'll call it weird stuff if I want. Bite me. The nomadic people of the Sidon Mashada Desert have adapted to the harsh, dry conditions of their world. And just to make things even more interesting, they have tamed these giant snakes called Masuroxi, who hunt stingray-inspired poisonous creatures called the Yanari. Because what is a desert if you can't even put giant snakes in it, right? If my world sounds interesting to you, check out the books on the links down below. So, when building your fantasy world, think about how your mountain ranges can shape entire ecosystems and the cultures that arise in those regions. Maybe a fertile, rain-soaked kingdom lives on one side of a mountain, while nomadic desert tribes struggle to survive in the arid lands on the other side of the same mountain. And speaking of ecosystems and mountains, let's talk about fact number 6. Biomes and ecosystems vary by altitude. Altitude is another crucial factor that can dramatically change a region's ecosystem. As you go higher up a mountain, the temperature drops, the air becomes thinner, and conditions get harsher. This means that the plants and animals that thrive in the lower, warmer elevations of the mountain often can't survive as you climb higher into the cold, oxygen-poor environment near the summit. This creates many biomes on a single mountain. For example, the base of the mountain might be covered in lush, tropical forests, while further up you'll find temperate forests with pines and deciduous trees. Higher still, the environment could shift into alpine tundra with tough, scrubby plants, and finally, at the very top, you might have snow-capped peaks where nothing lives. A stark, icy environment where you cannot even breathe. These shifting biomes aren't just about the flora and fauna, they also shape the cultures that develop in high-altitude regions. A great real-world example of this is the Kingdom of Lesotho, a landlocked country in southern Africa known as the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is the only independent nation that lies entirely above 1,000 meters, that's 3,281 feet, in elevation. The rugged mountainous terrain has deeply influenced the Basotho people's way of life, from their architecture to their blanket-clad attire designed for the cold, harsh climate. The isolation caused by the altitude has also helped preserve their distinct culture and their independence. You try invading a country where the entire fight is uphill and see how far you get. This kind of vertical diversity can make your fantasy world feel richer and more alive. For instance, imagine a hidden valley high in the mountains where an isolated culture has developed, adapted to the thin air and extreme conditions, cut off from the rest of the world below. Or perhaps the peaks hide a dragon's lair, or a forgotten temple to an ancient god, reachable only by those brave enough to scale the treacherous heights. So, when designing mountains in your world, think about how the different elevations can create distinct ecosystems and how those ecosystems can shape the cultures of the sapient beings who live there, each with their own challenges and adaptations to their environment. And this will add depth to your world and offer a range of environments for your characters to explore and interact with in a single mountain range. 2/3 of the way through the list. Have you learned a new fact today? Let me know in the comments which of these you knew and which you learned for the first time today. Fun fact, commenting on a video is the best way of making the algorithm show the video to more people. So, for every commenter, thank you very much for your engagement and support. Okay, let's push on to fact number 7. Islands are born from volcanic and coral activity. Islands can add a lot of character to your world's geography, and they're typically formed in 2 main ways. 1, through volcanic activity, or 2, through coral reefs. Volcanic islands like Hawaii are created when underwater volcanoes erupt, gradually forming land masses over time as lava cools and solidifies. Volcanoes, of course, being caused by plate tectonics, all these things do work together. Anyway, these islands often have dramatic landscape with towering mountains, lush jungles, and even active volcanoes that could play a key role in your story. On the other hand, coral islands like those in the Pacific are formed from coral deposits building up over millennia. These islands are often low-lying with beautiful lagoons and intricate coral reefs teeming with marine life. And in that Biomes playlist I referenced earlier, there's a whole video dedicated just to coral reefs and their formation, if you need some inspiration for such an island. There's also a video all about islands and the weird life you find on them, because islands can be a fantastic source of story conflict. Their isolation breeds unique cultures and customs and fauna and flora that is often very, very different from the mainland. A chain of islands might serve as a natural barrier to trade or as a strategic stronghold for naval powers vying for controls of the seas. Wars could be fought over these island territories, or they might be home to an elusive culture with rare resources, or they might be a place where specific magical entities live, or creatures that are naturally adapted to the magic of the island. So think about what islands exist in your world and how the species on them have evolved differently and what the cultures are like that have grown in these islands in isolation from the mainland, and how these islands have developed, whether by volcanoes caused by tectonic plates or by the coral equivalent of your world building up these coral islands. Naturally, islands have shorelines. And that brings us to fact number 8. Fjords, bays, and peninsulas add detail to coastlines. When you're mapping out your coastline, fjords, bays, and peninsulas can add so much variety and realism to your world. Fjords are steep, glacially carved inlets. Think of the dramatic landscapes of Norway, and they provide natural harbors perfect for both trade and defense. The high cliffs around fjords offer natural protection from attackers, making them ideal locations for strongholds or bustling port cities. Bays serve as safe havens for larger ships, allowing your sailors to take shelter from storms or to launch raids from hidden coves, while peninsulas, lands that extends out into the sea, can act as strategic choke points or homes to unique cultures that have developed separately from the mainland and controls the ocean in the sea around them. An excellent example of these kinds of coastal features being used very effectively in fantasy is John Gwain's The Bloodsworn Saga, where Viking-like cultures live in settlements carved into rugged coastlines. The sea plays a critical role in the characters' lives, and their towns are often nestled in natural harbours or along perilous stretches of fjords where their ships are key to both survival and power, and they even have dances that they perform on these ships. These kinds of environments are not only visually stunning, but they also deeply affect the way these seafaring people live, fight, and trade. So when designing your coastline, consider how features like fjords, bays, and peninsulas can influence the cultures that inhabit them. Fjord-dwelling raiders might rely on longships to launch quick attacks, while island-based traders could use bays as crucial stops along their trade routes. And trade is a critical component of cultural development. It's how ideas are exchanged and goods are moved. So consider where you place your natural harbours, and remember that a lot of the time a natural harbour equals a settlement developing there in that harbour. And don't forget about peninsulas either. These land extrusions might be the seat of a powerful kingdom, controlling vital sea lanes that others must pass through, making it a hotbed of intrigue and conflict. I mean, Rome is on a peninsula, and it controlled a massive empire from there. So you have plenty of historical precedent to draw on in terms of the importance of peninsulas. And finally, let's talk about fact number 9, the impact of glaciers on geography. During an ice age, glaciers act like massive natural bulldozers, carving out deep valleys, flattening plains, and depositing fertile soils. These massive rivers of ice are incredibly powerful, and they reshape entire landscapes as they slowly grind their way across the land. And when they finally melt, glaciers leave behind a distinct mark on the terrain, often creating features like lakes, fjords, and even moraines, ridges of debris left in their wake. Now in Finland, for instance, where I live, the land is still decompressing from the weight of the glaciers that once covered it during the last ice age. And this gradual rebound of the earth is known as isostatic rebound. Basically, the land got squished by all the ice on top of it, like a kilometer of ice on top of it, and it's now decompressing at the speed of rocks. So this is something you could incorporate into your fantasy world. Maybe certain lands are rising from the sea, opening up new territories, or even revealing ancient ruins hidden for millennia beneath the ice. Glaciers also play a major role in trapping and releasing resources. As they retreat, they can expose rich mineral deposits or even uncover fossils or long-lost civilizations preserved in the ice. These kinds of discoveries can spark conflicts over who controls these newly exposed lands or the resources they reveal, be that gold, precious gems, or even magical materials that have lain dormant beneath the ice for centuries. And if you're building a world where there are glaciers that dominate the landscape, you might want to consider something like George R. R. Martin's ice wall in A Song of Ice and Fire. Now in that wall, the massive wall of ice serves as a physical and symbolic barrier separating the known world from the dangerous, untamed world. And it's a magical construct, but a glacier a kilometer high could similarly create a natural barrier between regions, separating potentially hostile nations, or guarding ancient secrets, or creating an isolated magical community living on top of the ice. So, whether you're crafting a frozen frontier rich with untapped resources, or a forbidding, icy wasteland like Martin's land beyond the wall, glaciers offer plenty of opportunity for storytelling. And, like with plate tectonics, their impact on the landscape is incredible in terms of what they create on your map, like your fjords and your lakes. So those are the 9 geographic facts you need to know to create a realistic map for your fantasy world. Of course, this is all my opinion, and if you fundamentally disagree with any of my facts or think I've missed any, there is a link to my Discord server where there's a whole community of world builders to argue with about these facts, and there's a link to that down below. If you like what I do here and you want to support the channel financially, you can join the channel right here on YouTube, and for the price of a cup of coffee a month, you can enjoy all kinds of cool perks like members only live stream and early access to videos, and shoutouts like this one to Aya, Tiffany, Patricio and Dylan of the Build It in Wood level, and Lupex, Katie and Tony, just in timers of the Build It in Stone level. But don't feel obligated to support the channel financially. You can also show your support just by watching another video. And since you enjoyed this video, maybe check out my video on how to create the history of your world. And I will see you soon for another episode from Just in Time Worlds, where we build what we need, when we need it. Well, that's all she wrote. I hope you enjoyed that compilation. If you did, leave me your favorite biome in the comments and let me know what other compilation you would like to see from my content. And I will see you soon for another one.